Bum bum ba da ba bum bum ba 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 da 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 ba. Okay. Okay. Let's continue. Hello, Wheeljet. How you doing? Took me an hour to get my capture card to work today. Updated both my drivers, reset both my PCs multiple times. Updated the capture card utility. Oh my god, it was yeah. I just have days like that sometimes where I like load up to stream and nothing works. That was the police mascot. Yo! Thank you for resubscribing! Thank you! Oh, hi, Guardy! Hello! How's everyone doing? It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day the girl showed up. Why do I come here to the office every day? Famous pizza, not really. Newt, thank you! Oh, you got your new name! Why are we streaming at this time? Because I slept all day. And then I got up and I watched a movie and then I slept. And then I got up and I ate and then I slept. And I got up and then I read and then I slept. A big sleep over here. It's not like I want to work. There you are. Did you have a good sleep though? I had really vivid dreams again. JJ! Hello, kitten! It's telling me to follow you back so that you give me more gifts. Why is it popping up with that? Yes, follow back Newt. Maybe he'll give you more gifts. Like me sleeping so much. What are your thoughts about JoJo's? I love JoJo. I still need to watch Stone Ocean. I love JoJo though. Hello. Sleeping so much. Yeah, I've been sleeping a lot recently. Thank you for the gifts, guys. There you are, finally. Where have you been? My sister's trial is tomorrow! Thank you! How many roses do you want? 0. Don't give me anything. I'm tired. Good night. Good night, Newt. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? I miss you, JJ. I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. So you are... the coffee boy? I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. Wait! You're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? It responded, I watched JoJo's. I love JoJo's. What's your favorite part? My favorite part is Stardust Crusaders. Yes, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered though. That's a relief then. You're better than nobody. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. You are the Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney. Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please! I'm out of time. Watch more JJK. Yes. But, please, you have to help. It's my sister. Maya, could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma. Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Scientific investigator? Alright, what's this all about? Emma, was it? So you're a scientific investigator? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just you seem kind of, jumpy. Or maybe just young? Oh, thank you for the roses, thank you. Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. Oh, I see. Wait, only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. Thank you so much for the 70 roses, thank you. My work is becoming quite well known at my age, no less. So what exactly is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you could call me an 11th grader? But I'm ready to do my job at my age, no less. Great, another future professional in training. So what's this about a case? You said the trial's tomorrow? My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. So, it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but that's interesting. How would she know Mia? Here's my mind at work. Money's all messed up. Oh, goodness. I hope the rest of your shift goes okay. Do you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigations should be done scientifically. Don't you? Yeah. Sure, I can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm. If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Hello, Eugene. Thank you for the follow. Your sister? I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. So they went to the same school, huh? She was always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. And well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia is a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh? But she's my only family. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. Oh, I'm sorry. I wonder if that will be relevant. Let's go and meet this woman. Put my heater on, I'm freezing cold. I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She's gone quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. God, I thought I told you I don't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. No excuses. Or did you not want to raise this year, understood, ma'am. What was that about? Hi, Lana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing. Ooh. Look. I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Oh, she's cute. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. I'm sorry, what exactly is it that you do? My name is Lana, Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. You're a prosecutor? 2 sisters, one a lawyer. Could this be coincidence? Emma, Lana, I mean, they're just like... Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? There's something you should know from the start, which is... The suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh? Wait, but the suspect is... Me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. That's quite specific. I was in the witness's deposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. That was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. The prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinate's car trunk? Classy. I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed as it were. Well, that's just great. So who was the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. A detective? Death was due to loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you? Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. What, Mr. Wright? What does it mean? Well, it means the police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. This case gets worse and worse with everything that I learn. So you're the chief prosecutor? That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. That's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think that you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible. You wouldn't. Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident when I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Time to change the subject. Wait, she was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her. Emma told you that too, did she? Well, why not? I did have to drag him all the way here from his office. Though it seems he's very little in common with Mia. Hey! It was in law school. I was in my 3rd year and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Excuse me? Intellectually attracted. Nana was the top of her class in school. I was the best there was. Oh. I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. It sounds a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright. Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I am admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say there's no way you could take this case, none. But Lana! Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana, I know. So, how can you say that you did? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. Mr. Wright. Yes? I believe our discussion here has ended. The rest, I leave to you. You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed after all. The case is over. Right. I'll do what I can. I'll get to the bottom of this. I don't know how to do a mummy voice for her. I want to do a mummy voice for her. I don't know how to do one. Lena has confessed to the crime, yes. I like how my most girly voice is for Phoenix. But something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here, and I'm going to find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister. She's not always like that, you know. I just never expected her to be defending another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. But nothing else to say. Let's move. Underground parking lot. This is the lot where it all happened. Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Hey everyone, keep up the good work. Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they are going to be my co-workers in 3 years from now, after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is, you know. Attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. I'm trying not to stand out too much here, see? Hey there. You expecting to go unnoticed here, partner? Partner? Who's this? What do we have here? Looks like a bambina got loose from a ranch and is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner. Mr. Marshall! Oh wow. Marshall looks more like a sheriff to me. Looky here, bambina. I know how you feel, but this is my gang's gold strike, see? Strike? This is our claim to our territory with a mother load of evidence. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti out in the desert Hi! Can you send me a snap? You owe me a snap and it's gonna end soon. This is you? You know what dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? You want to? What's this guy talking about? You head along home now. Happy trails, bambina. Was that hombre a friend of yours? Kind of, sort of. Yeah, he's a detective. Who thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild Wild West, it seems. Send me a snap. Right, meow. I'll bark at you. No, I mean it. Okay, let's see. We got a ladder. Aha, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. It seems so horribly familiar somehow. A wallet? What's this, a wallet? Excuse me, officer. Wait! What are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is a real basic anything at the crime scene is evidence. Thank you! Oh my god, why is it snapping at us? Send one of you, too. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. How is that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. Wallet hastily stuffed into pocket. It's not that difficult. Come on now. A foldable wallet found at the crime scene. There seems to be something inside. Cool duty already, and at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you a trick in examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I could tell she's been waiting for this. Okay, now look at the court record. You have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Now let's start examining from every angle. Oh look, I think it might be a clue here. You should check out with the press of enter. Enter. This is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID 5842189. See, well, isn't scientific investigation useful? I guess, though I don't see what science has to do with it. Bruh! I'm gonna yell at you. Send me a picture of your face! Right now! On Flubbo. An investigator's ID card found at the prosecutor's office crime scene. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. I guess I've got to be on my toes from now on. There's a computer here. No clues here. This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Or maybe it's both, kind of dual purpose? Ahaha, the theory of relativity. There we go. Played these games in so long, they're great games, aren't they? What? I've got to write this down. Hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe you know what Mr. Relatively German, or was he British? Mr. Relativity, are you sure that was his name? Some barrels here. An oil drum, looks like it was filled with water. It's heavy, I can't even budge it. The drum over here is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. Yeah, what's up? What? I'm not suspicious? No, scroll? I can. Oh, it's the crime scene. What's that, a phone? No time to waste, let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you've got no intention of going home. Going home quietly. The sheriff! Like I said before, this here is our claim. You'd best be mousying along unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. I love the music plays for him. Yeah, scary. Did you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? Well, the little filly's got her good nose on her. Want to know who rides that red Mustang with the body in the saddle, eh? Please. No problem, partner. About time for victuals anyway. Get yourself to the saloon up on the 12th floor of the prospector's office. Might just find you a... What the heck is that word? Cerveza? What the hell does that mean? Prospector's office, where does the guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self, look up Vittel Saloon and Cerveza. Maybe we should check out room 1202 from the High Prosecutor's office. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like, just keep your paws off our claim. Right, great. Maybe there's some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. Excuse me? Were you two all set? Us? Yo. What's this? She couldn't be. You're selling lunches here? This is a crime scene. Oh, that looks hella good. Half and half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes. Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area is off limits to anyone without clearance, especially passers-by, or are you officers? No, but you don't exactly look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Even if my days as the cough-up queen are over. The what? Cough-up? Huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, cough up, Queen. Tell us what happened. The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels? Yes, ma'am. Yikes, she means it. What are you still doing up? I only just got up. I've been sleepy kid. Well, I got up a ton of times and I went back to bed. I was reading a lot. Somehow I knew yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I knew that daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny? Was yesterday special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know it then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of inequity. Evil ones? Prospectors, they have no qualms about the name of innocence, and yesterday they paid a homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award to the king of prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday. I was almost compelled to lace up their lunches with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen. Ew. The most heinous of all the evil ones, and the one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear, this lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. What exactly was it that you witnessed, Miss Starr? It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. To see Lana Skye wield that knife so. A knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? There is a beautiful man, isn't he? He's stunning. The sound of his silvery ties to this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beat of Lana Skye's knife. Wait a second, you know Lana Skye? Of course, it's quite a feat, becoming a chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels light. Now why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Starr? I come here every day and sell lunches. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, the boxed lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell someone who has tried the General Tso's Trilobite lunch set. Ah, never mind, you win. I don't even want to appreciate part of the Trilobite's flavor. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. They work in the security room? That's probably vicious, right? Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. Obviously. So to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis, not? Did you have a bad experience with prosecutor, Miss Star? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Ha, perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like a 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be sure a case of food poisoning, scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking, cough-up queen. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. Let's see if I can show her this. About this card. Lunchland vendors only accept cash, not cards, especially not a card belonging to someone else. Dylan, come hang out with me. No, this isn't credit card, it's an ID card, it belongs to a detective. And you're showing this to me, the lunch lady, why? That's like showing a fine honeyed ham to a detective. Why do I always feel like I'm being mocked? Can we move to High Prosecutor's Office? Oh wow, is that Edgeworth's coat? So it's still samurai. Hello! Hello!
Armando Bond 003 says hi.
Hello, Armando. This is the kind of room that screams I can do the job. Quite a change from your office, really. Thanks. Look, there's a trophy or something here. A trophy?
_guardian_4 Angel just redeemed drink water right meow.
Thank you, I'm drinking water. What's that shield? It takes a real nerve to display stuff like this.
The _guardian_4 Angel just redeemed stretch.
Whoever's office is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. Phoenix, right. You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice. Oh. Long time no see, Edgeworth. Huh? Ah! Mr. Edgeworth. You know him from somewhere? Of course, I'm his biggest fan. My sister introduced us once. Hi, Otto. Right, her sister is the chief prosecutor after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No, did I? No, it was just Mr. Right here. He... Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? The body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot. That would be my car. What of it? What? Your car? I'll say one thing, she certainly can scream. Oh, bruh, stop getting yourself involved in cases. The fuck? But the body was found in your car. Go ahead and say it, Mr. Wright. You think I did it, don't you? After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Oh, wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean... Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister then? Yes, sir. Oh, you did head pat, sorry. Yes, sir, Emma Sky, and it's nice to meet you again. Now that didn't sound forced at all. Ah, now I remember you you've really grown. I admit it was a surprise for me too, to think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand. Wait, what did you say? Lana Sky is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. You? Mr. Edgeworth? To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've had the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember when things weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy. Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life, impossible to stop. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. I keep burping. I'm so sorry. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield? That's got to be a story behind that one. Chief Prosecutor Sky, yes. We first worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago, I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears that I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. He's got a knife that matches his suit, honestly. That's such a vibe. Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was a murder weapon? To be specific, it was a knife I kept in my toolbox in the trunk of my car. Edgeworth's knife added to the court record. The murder weapon, usually in Edgeworth's toolbox, is traces of the victim's blood, no prints. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on. Can't he take a joke? You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. Let's present... Hey Edgeworth, I was wondering about this. Mr. Wright, huh? What? Are you sure you should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, he'll take it for sure, won't he? Sigh. I wish you could be on the same side as Mr. Edgeworth, but my sister would be found guilty. If she sighs any deeper, I'm gonna start getting depressed. Okay, let's examine the room. I've been wondering what the heck this is. It has a big K on it. Mumbles of prosecutors. Huh? What is that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Prosecutors? It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. What? So that K, that's... K stands for king? Yeah, you got a problem with that? I didn't design the thing. King of Prosecutors, kinda like Employee of the Month, only better. I wonder why it's being added. The court record. Given to Edgeworth, King of Prosecutors at the PD on the day of the murder. Wow, this jacket even lacier than his usual ones. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky trial jacket, right. I've never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. She's getting way too excited about this. My, what an amazing bouquet, just right for Mr. Edgeworth, no kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy. Wendy? I've heard that name before somewhere. And besides, it's a giant steel samurai. Oh, Wendy's, annoying us. Old hag, I think. Wow, I want one, huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place, Wendy. Wendy, is she Miss Edgeworth's fiancé? Old bag. I don't think so. Ooh, cute. What a pretty tea set. I go for more of the instant tea bags myself. Amazing. The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place place of origin, and flavor. Look at the royal blend, what an exquisitely splendid concoction. There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Hey, a chessboard. I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. What about the security women? Yes, you remember. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Huh? Those horses are mounted knights, their swords have really sharp edges. And check out the poor pawn, his head is kind of spiky, kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. No, it's nothing. A work desk, it's quite tidy, as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection. Strange, why did I picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't, he'll sue you. Well, these are all case files? They're stacked up to the ceiling, there's even a ladder. Odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. He must have had someone get them for him. Hi, Adri. Strange, why did I picture Detective Gumshoe? You must study these case reports so closely, he's so cool. You wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets up on that ladder. Okay. Have anything else to talk about? Let's move. Could you take a look at this? You, yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. She didn't even look at me. You must have to brew the leaves for a long time to get a rich flavor like this. We pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing. I knew it, so that's the secret to their aroma. Exquisite. The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time. Oh, she's just saying the same shit. Okay. Have anything else to talk about? Go back to the detention center. Oh, she's not here. I follow you. That's up to you. That's not up to me. It won't let me... The door. This must mean something. I'm not sure that doors mean anything. No. Won't open. A mysterious lock. I failed to see what's mysterious about it. Thank you for the follow. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears. No, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she babbling about? Hey, what did you just say? See, you can hear just fine. The phone's broken. I have no idea what that says, Edouard. I'm sorry. I don't think there's anything else I can... But a faucet for water. Wait, I know. This wall is merely a facade hiding the truth. This is no wall but a water tank. I fail to see how it makes any difference either way. Let's ask about the knife. It's my policy to discuss evidence with the defense, especially with you. He doesn't like you much, does he, Mr. Wright? Nah, with Edgeworth it's never personal, it's all about winning tomorrow. So basically, this says you were the best of the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why is that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works, yeah. I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about his award, for the better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday. Can I examine it? There's a metal plate under here. It looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma, I guess he must be a foreigner. Yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Von Karma sometime. But she says his name does have kind of a ring to it. Can I not look at anything else? This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth? In the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. Now that's a scary thought. I guess anything else on here? Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Which do you prefer, a gift or... You don't have to give me anything. Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing, a ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors, and that's when you got the shield. I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. Wait, wasn't that around the murder time? Well, we don't have the murder time in here yet. Very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves on precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Edgeworth's parking stop added to the court record. Anyone remember what time the murder was at? I think it was around that time. This is the parking stop from the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. Oh, okay, so it's like 2 minutes later. I won't put this in. Lip balm. So the murder happened right after you got back. What, right? I'd appreciate if you direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Hello? Excuse me, but Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth, what is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Report? What? Did you find new evidence of the case against the chief prosecutor, Sky? I don't like the way the conversation is going at all. Sky, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in the report, sir. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow a little. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but sir, I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the particulars. Give me your name. Yes, sir. Meekin, sir. Officer Meekins. Right, Officer Meekins, take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. Whimper? I'd also whimper for Ezra. But sir, I didn't know. Poor guy. Looks like he was just absent on the day, and they gave out brains. Absent on the day they gave out brains and good luck. Aww. Right. Yes, sir. God, he caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's see what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department as the patrolman just now. Go down to the... Hi, Liv. How you doing? Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. You seem to have finally calmed down at least. Okay, we got a new place to go. I'm doing alright, how are you doing? How's 2026 been? Started pretty bad, but it's been alright since then. We're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me, that took almost 30 minutes by taxi and traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? I've only ever been to the criminal affairs next door, Hold on, what's that? Why does it undulates like that? Oh wait, I know, this is the Blue Badger. They're trying to make him the police mascot. Well, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the Blue Badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the Blue Badger. Uh-oh. He's noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Hey, pal! What are you doing here? Horrible start. Oh, goodness. I hope it gets better. That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. What? Why not? Huh? Well, it's just the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. What if she's not telling the truth? Yes, well, no. Come on, pal, there's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal, can I speak to you for a second? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana's sister. Whoa, the chief prosecutor's little sister? Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh? It's a sensitive issue with us these days. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh, well, nothing really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean this time? And what happened? I know that things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true, we never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being let into the criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you. I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the Badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing this investigation, pal. And Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall. Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know the Marshall guy. A patrolman in charge of the crime scene is unheard of, pal. Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this? Huh? Hey pal, this is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to turn it into the police. It's people like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. Meaning Detective Gumshoe must have dropped his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. No, that's my mistake. Whoa, now I remember. Bruce Goodman. He's the victim. That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Found this in Mr. Edgeworth's car. Stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive the Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have had a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. The car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, what could have happened? We have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. Even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers must be because of the rumors. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife. Drive. Oh wait, why is he doing this one then? Okay. Bruce Goodman. So, the ID card belonged to the victim. He was a detective like myself, Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal, Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing, it's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Sky called him out there to the parking lot, and Lana confessing as much. He's in a tough spot again. Again? All started with the murder. But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there's always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with the witness. Nothing outright, but there was always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder. No one's whispering, they're practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious. How are you? I'm doing good, how are you? I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason that he took this case is because he is aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. Let's examine. Why is this all beat up? I was wondering about that. What? The Dancing Blue Badger? It's my masterpiece. You made this, Detective Gumshoe? The chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery power, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances and dances until the battery dies. Poor Blue Badger, fated to dance until he drops. Now, why is this being added? The court record. A work of art designed by Chief of Detectives and created by Detective Gumshoe. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is, what is his name? The guy in the parking lot. That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the Chief of Police. Officer Marshall, is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer from West LA. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try and make things a little easier for you. Show them this and they'll let you examine the crime scene, maybe. Letter of introduction added to the court record. I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there. Nobody will look at you twice, pal. Just saluting the other guy, who must be a detective. And then I said, hey, you do that, your soup will get cold, buddy. That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried. I guess he wasn't saluting, he was wiping tears from his eyes. They make a good pair. Go back to the parking lot. Looks like the investigation is still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Oh, still here? Ah, hello. Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs too. What happened to the security guard? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd. Jake Marshall, strange guy to be put in charge of a crime scene. There's something I wanted to ask you. The scene of the crime? A cold grave for men who have lost their dreams. And me, I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. He's asleep? Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his interest? There's something I wanted to ask you. The scent of the crime. Oh, wait, it's just saying the same shit. Okay. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right into the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe? Ah, that old cow dog. He's holding a birthday party or something, huh? Look where it should say letter of introduction. It says invitation. Ah, I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries, this proves from Detective Gumshoe better than a blood test. Guess I better let you in then. Thank you. Meow. Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a sec. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settler, strike out for the lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Noted to self, police investigators are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say we won't be needing this anymore. Detective Gumshoe's letter of introduction crumpled and discarded. What's that, some sort of police passport? This is Detective Goodman's ID, strangely enough. We found it a good distance away from the crime scene. Good distance in this rat hole. If you want distance, get it yourself to Texas. Texas? This is a tiny little crime scene in a tiny little town with tiny little evidence. What difference does a few yards make? Comprende? I said that wrong, didn't I? Compadre. That's right. Yeah? I'm not sure. Note to self, if you ever encounter suspicious evidence, think of Texas. There's no better way to study than to hang out with the pros. Alright, compadre. Compadre. I don't know. I'm not confident. Count to 3. Huh? You gotta do that if you're going to draw evidence on someone. That's what we do in Texas. Remind me to never visit Texas. Ah, the toy shield suits the boy well. What exactly could you shield with that? A toy knight, maybe? Officer Marshall, don't you have anything good to say about Mr. Edgeworth? You don't like him, right? We get the point. You know, when I was detective, I got one of these. Let me guess, did it have a K for King of Detectives on it? Hey, they could use the same shield over and over. Note to self, the prosecutor's office and criminal affairs are surprisingly cheap. You know it, they've gotten cheaper with every passing year, I tell you. The prospector's bright red. Me! Oh, you, right? Me or you? Which? Oh, you're still typing? I love you so much. I love you so much. The prospect was bright red sea. It came into the trap real slow, like. Hit your ears. I'm sorry. A trot. My birdaughter tells me the crime occurred 3 minutes later, so it seems the chief prospector was lying in wait, maybe waiting for her prince to ride in on his bright red horse. So what you mean is, the killer intended to use Edgeworth's car all along. Alright, comprendo. Count to 3. Huh? You gotta do that if you're going to draw evidence or so. Oh wait, he's saying the same shit again. Okay. The victim. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be a little more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Well, aren't you a feisty doggy there? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Star. One stab to the chest, a fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Goodman's autopsy report added to the court record. I'll be on it, I'm sorry. Was my sister involved in the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prospector Sky and Detective Goodman have nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back, so there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he didn't do much work with the Chief Prospector. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here to this parking lot. So it seems like calling an unarmed man to a shooting at high noon. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective? You're calling me out? Huh? I was one of them fancy shoe detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do, nothing important at least. He's nothing but a sad old coward that can't find his tail. That's mean, I like Gumshoe. Maybe it's because he runs with Edgeworth, huh? Edgeworth? That coward's been kicked out of the cattle run by order of the chief of police. That just, he don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? Okay, let's have a look at the crime scene now. There was a phone on the floor. I miss flip phones, dude. Oh, the nice snap that they do. Oh, you're hanging up on someone. It's so lush. This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest that it belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Check it out. Right, let's check it out. I open it. Did it get added to the court record? Wait. Why didn't I open it? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. This phone is still on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know the things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that you never know with people from your generation. Whatever, let's check this phone out. Now to see the owner of this phone called Lars. Note to self, a defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes the button. This is a vibe. I don't want to click next. Hey, that song, I know that. What's going on over there? Oh, sorry, I see you, partner. You pressed the redial on that phone, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Skies. What? It's my sister's? She's apparently dropped her when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone, except she only spoke for a few seconds according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now I've got a question for you, partner. I heard the phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones. Oh, that? Oh, I'm sorry. That was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it was kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. A wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. Uh-oh, I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Property Atlanta Sky, last call made at 5:18 on the day of the murder. This rope, isn't it? Yep, they laid out the outline of the victim's body. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. You have got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. This appears to be the car where the body was found. It looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prospector's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Quite a luxury car, it just screams I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. It's so cold. Oh my god. My mom said it was going to be cold later in the week. There's a button here. No clues here. No clues here. B block through there, that's where the visitors park. I can see the Lunchland car over there far in the distance. Hey, you're right, I like the cute design on the door. I can see a cartoony cow munching on a juicy looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it, you'll be fine. That is messed up. What's this? Looks like a note of sorts. 6752/12/2. Goodman's paper. Looks something's written on it. You're right. Let's see. Oh, it's an S. 6 something 7S 12/2. There's a name printed on the paper above that says Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Also, what does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. Goodman's note added to the court record. I think that might be everything here. So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister. That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. And the prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided by Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall. Yes, Bambina. How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's the dry wind that's blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will. Someone's up to something here, but who? Suspicious about Mr. Edgeworth having been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you'll find one person, but they're off limits. One person who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina, Chief Prospector Lana Sky. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all of those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets, some people load them with deals. What you're saying, Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere, everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. Do you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana is confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? I know that song on your phone... I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? It's a Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids. The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place, your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Cell phone updated in the court record. A detective is murdered and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like maybe... Aww. Why are my friends so nice to me? What the fuck? Like maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. Looks like we're going to trial, which is my favorite part. I'm excited. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there's still a lot of grey areas. However, the whole thing is one big grey area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice, yes? The defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to the trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia, but there is one decisive difference between you and her, and that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's going to bail me out this time. You're so fine. I'll be alone in there, so I'll have to discover the truth all by myself. We got this, right? Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in the courtroom since his trial. I hope the personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path that I think is right regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else's. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. I was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm guessing the sandwich lady. The prosecution calls Miss Angel. The cough-up queen? Haven't I seen you somewhere? Your order of the caviar lunch, right? Oh ho, caviar. I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it down. And for you, I have the Fiesta Bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? And for you, sir, did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It's too early for lunch, and your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. Have you guys eaten caviar before? I don't think I would like it. I haven't eaten it. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the hell does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession now. Me? The name's Angel Star, don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness, please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up! Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. Exactly what does that mean? Till 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. She's suspicious as hell. But I feel like it's way too obvious for it to be her. It can't be her because it's like everything points to her. Right? If it's her, it'd be disappointing. So it has to be someone else, but she is suspicious as hell. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Star was a detective. Ah, aha, I know who you are. Cough up. Cough up, Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Star. Just who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot of the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is full of the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor spaces, yes. The crime took place by a car in the back of A block in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with a knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Parking lot floor plans added to the court record. Witness, did you see the very moment of this crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after I apprehended the chief prosecutor. It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright, I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. Seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give it your worst, Miss Star. Wait, are they talking about me? Witness's account. Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I said something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to the garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into the Detective Goodman's chest. Hi, Nighthawk, how are you? Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend, how touching. As you can see, there's no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. Merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Very well, Mr. Wright. You must cross-examine the witness. Okay. Let's get into it. I always knew a day like this would come. What do you mean by that? How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's... Oops, I didn't mean to skip it. Twisted methods will always lead to a tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim, feeling of a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired? To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well. You may continue, Miss Starr. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. This boyfriend, he's a detective? Not that boyfriend, the security guard. That boyfriend, you have several. Yes. This boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? Yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. The security guard room is in the lot in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So, she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. When I said something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. You sensed something, so you're saying that you had a premonition. It felt like how you would say, oh yes, it was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. I have no idea what that means. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim Mr. Bruce Goodman also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese. A young cheese? Pale white cheese not yet tangy with experience on the sheets, a greenhorn. And I must be hard yellowed and sharp as a tack. Yeah, with the odour of an old cheese to match. That's not very nice. In any case, there is a lot. I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. By garish car, you mean Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's. Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's, wasn't it? Indeed it was. How does she know that? What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, are you sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even though we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. In your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms, ergo you are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequence. I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism. I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph, you took this. The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged to a camera. I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you, or prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. Her photo added to the court record. The moment of the crime as photographed by Angel Star. Uh-oh, that is unmistakably Lana Sky. So what was the defendant doing at that time? The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand.
Hold it!
Tell me more about the knife the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are by nature well versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it's easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify to her ability to kill an egg, I mean a person. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor. So the defendant was holding a knife, what then? And she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into the Detective Goodman's chest. Do I even have his death? Cause of death, loss from blood from a chest wound. Okay, it was a chest wound. It was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab wound was found between 4 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. What's this photo? Oh no, this isn't the photo. Okay. Nothing here that I can tell about yet. Only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. I don't know what to press her on. Go through the evidence. Got a crime scene photo. No, I'm sorry. We got a ID card. Got the shield. We got the knife. Just the victim's blood. No prints. 5:12 p.m. Edgeworth arrived. This is useless so far. Death due to loss of blood. 1 knife wound, died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. This, which I have no idea what this is about. We got the phone. 5:18. Hang on. Hang on a second. Wait. Oh no, there is bars. I was gonna say there's no bars, but there is bars. She definitely was there. So what could be wrong? She was down here somewhere. Wait, I can slide on that? Wait though. Yeah, it did nothing for me. I don't know what's wrong. I feel like this would come. So on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finally honed detective's intuition work. Through the wire fence, I saw a chief prosecutor standing next to a garage car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand as she thrust a pointy tip into Detective Goodman's chest. I don't know what to do. I've pressed her on everything. Tim! Tim, you can't say that. A bit forward. A bit forward. Tim, that's terrible. You can't say that to me. Hi, JJ. What's to my boyfriend? When I said something, perhaps it was my finally home detective. It doesn't even rhyme. How's the game going? The game's going good, but I'm stumped. I says my funny home detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw a chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Wait. Wait. She's not holding a knife. Okay. We're gonna press her on that. Present.
Objection!
Can you witness this? You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife. Can I come join you? Yes, please. I'm all alone. As I've already said, yes, I swear on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure that's a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took at the very moment the crime is not. Hall of Shame, Bunny. It is bad. Tim, I can't believe you said that to me. Be home at 10:15. Okay, nice. This is a photograph you took at the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Ahem. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken moments after the stabbing.
Objection!
Happy 2026! How are you? I'm doing okay, how are you? What a shame indeed, for real. And how can you tell that? Blood splatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stains of the chief prosecutor's coat. But it's a black and white photograph. Yes, it's had to be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem, except you being Phoenix Wright though. Yes, I really love these games. I want to play through all of them. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse? You've got a better idea? Objection. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony, namely that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear, my apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds, problem solved. And if you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold calculating like a robot. He killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder.
Objection!
Premeditated? How do you know that? Look at the chief prosecutor's hand in that photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she wouldn't not be wearing those gloves. Rah! These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder of a serious offense? Witness, add this to your testimony. The murder was planned, the rubber gloves prove it.
Hold it!
What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves like driving gloves?
Objection!
The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves of the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do a murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was premeditated crime. Ah! Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Star. This is bad. She's got them all thinking was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. I've got to think of a way to show that it wasn't premeditated. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that. Oh, I'm the same shit. It was planned. How do I prove that it wasn't planned? How do I prove it wasn't planned? I'm doing well, that's good. Hey, they said he was still young, and he's older than me. He's older than me. That means I'm also young. Let's go. I don't feel young though. I don't know how to prove that it wasn't premeditated. Luna! Hi, Luna.
Ow. Luna_Spring 6996 says hi.
Luna! Luna! Oh my god. The sun is not out, by the way. It's fucking 4:30 AM for me and for you. Intrigue me now.
Objection!
I've seen proof that it's not premeditated, but I don't know how to do that. Other for my bikini. Does anyone have any idea? Hello. All I have is this photograph. I'm not sure how the photograph can prove that it's not premeditated. Just got scammed in what? How did you get scammed? So yeah, I'm minority drunk. Luna! How does this prove it's not premeditated, guys? Help me out here, I'm dumb. If it was premeditated, she would have brought a weapon with her, right? No. New Year old me. Against people for money and send it to the middleman, so whoever wins it gets it all, but my middleman scammed by taking everyone's money and kept doubling, so everyone... Oh, GG's. That's rough. Between 4 and 5:30 PM, cause of death, loss of blood from chest wound. Assessment: wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab wound was found. The only thing I could think of is the fact that, like, she would have had to have brought a weapon with her. Spot me 75. I'm poor as shit. I'm so sorry. I have to buy groceries on Monday. I can't. I know, I'm sorry. Usually in Ezra's toolbox, a trace of victim's blood, no prints. Yeah, the only thing I could think of is the fact that she didn't bring a weapon with her. But they could just be like, I'm an OG. Aww. They could just be like, well, she knew they, oh my god, you are really OG. 3 years, holy shit. They could just be like, oh, she already had... She said, oh, did she say multiple times? I didn't see it. Murderous plan, the rubber gloves prove it. It doesn't say in any of this, so I can't contest that. Standing next to a car. The streamer might be back, I don't know yet. Bye-bye! Then the knife flashes, she was stabbed multiple times. She doesn't say it here, so I can't contest it unless it says it here. I might present the knife because it's like, that's the only thing I could think of earlier. You're still on. Bye-bye, bye-bye. I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I said something. Perhaps it was my finally home to test his intuition at work. Through the Wi-Fi, I saw Chief Prosecutor standing next to a garage car. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. I'm gonna present the knife. I can't think of anything else. Oh, the only other thing is if it was taken after the murder, wouldn't she be on phone with her sister? Shame this photograph doesn't have a camera. A timestamp. But I can't contest it there. I'm gonna present the knife. I'm gonna present the knife.
Objection!
You know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell box lunches for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? A bloody murder weapon, a red car, all belonging to the prosecutor there. The defendant is the chief prosecutor for the district, right? Wait, what did he say? I skipped it by accident. The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, Ricky? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing their special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing, the murder weapon? Oh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. I was right! Ah! Order, order, order! Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sisters are good as free. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is a humble pie. What? Hi, JJ. I hope you weren't... Hi, baby. Hope you weren't deluding into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail, but this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah, the prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. Only one who seems to care is the lunch lady over there. The defendant Lana Skye murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution needs to prove, nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you're clever now, but you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw and not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. How does she know that? I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. Okay, we've got this one straight away. If I order a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill a delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. I shouldn't get it so weird. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to prosecutor's office. I'm gonna press run this even though I know the... You have no proof that Miss Skye called him there. You have no proof that she didn't. Mr. Edgeworth, thoughts? There is no record of a call made on the defendant's Miss Lana Skye's phone. She might have written him a letter. Come on, you couldn't try a public phone at least, first at least. In any case, the victim came to the prosecutor's office where he was murdered. I'm sure he had a reason to be there. Witness, why do you think it was the suspect who summoned the victim that day? Okay, we'll press on the... Okay. We will present one knife wound.
Objection!
You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. Pretty sure you know what I mean. With moss surprise, I think I'm good on that one. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that the death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha, you're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk. He's my hero, really. What about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness. You got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood, but now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. Then tell us what you saw that you thought it was blood. Testify. A red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was.
Hold it!
A red muffler? Yes, like a scarf. The chief prosecutor always wears one around her neck, so she could be easily hanged at moment's notice, I suppose. She's right. Miss Guy was wearing a red scarf, wasn't she? But wait, isn't it odd that you mistook that for splattered blood? Well, people often mistake my beard for a bib. A judge with a bib, that's why the place feels so much like kindergarten sometimes. Actually, I do think I saw some traces of blood on her chest. However, the autopsy report is clear on this matter. There's only one knife wound. Apparently Miss Starr isn't entirely sure of her own testimony. Mr. Wright, this is our chance. Chance for what, I wonder? Miss Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. The short wick burns out the fastest, it's a scientific fact. I wonder, wouldn't it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax and even a really short wick will burn longer. Obviously, more scientific testing is required. So she's not wearing the scarf. You're right, she is not wearing the scarf. Okay.
Objection!
Miss...
Objection!
Oh, the witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you proved it yourself with this photograph. Huh? But that can't be. Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations, perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there, a scarf. No, not that, but something red, really. Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. Most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might be just the moment of truth. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind the partition off to her side. I quickly caught her and explained her rights to her and arrested her on the spot. Ah yes, when I arrested her she mentioned the muffler. That was what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. How did she run to her through the chain fence? Quite determined about the scarf, aren't you? I strike the snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor, first of all, and cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but all her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hand aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rah. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. Okay, I think the problem here is this chain fence, because if she's behind here, how does she run to her through this chain fence? I'm going to present this one.
Objection!
Oh. Okay, no, it's not that. Okay, we'll press on it. To run behind a petition off to a side. Wait, did I press on the wrong one? Okay.
Hold it!
So where is this partition on the floor plans? I'm sure she means the wall next to the car. That's right. There was a wall there about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself, quite the natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? I quickly caught her and explained her rights and arrested her on the spot. Were you that close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her for more details. Press her. I'd like to see this on the floor plan just to be safe. The Lunchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here. That would make it 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. There was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing. The cough-up queen lunch lady athlete, indeed. Would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence, so she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was 9 feet high too. So how did Miss Sky not get away? Arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. Mentioned the muffler? What exactly did she say? If I remember exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Just that one word? So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else. Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. A phone? She can't mean... By phone, do you mean the cell phone that's discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory is like a salmon heading upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't see, Miss Starr. The chief prosecutor's first attempt to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car. There was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently it was out of order, and so she used her own cell phone. Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing. Witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should of course add this to your testimony. The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. Anna's cell phone updated in call record. The word muffler was overheard during her call mate, Emma. I saw it all. How she tried the phone on the wall but had to use her cell instead. Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Ahaha, I was gonna ask the same thing. I only say this one time, so listen close, rookies. Chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the petition. Then she picked up the how did she see that? Emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. Then when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this. What's that, what is it, Mr. Wright? Made her escape, but against Angel Star, the resistance is futile. Made to escape, can you be more specific? She brushed aside my hand and ran. It was a terrible sight to see, like a dollop of lard on a pate of foie gras. She even kicked over an oil drum at me. An oil drum? There was an oil drum lying on its side at the scene of the crime. But it's strange. What's that? If she wanted to escape, why didn't she run the other way? The other... oh. The parking lot entrance. That's right. It doesn't make sense that she would run from behind the partition to the oil drums. Excellent. More mysteries. I wish we could solve a few before finding more though. So Miss Sky tried to run. I'm sorry, my sister is so suspicious, Mr. Wright. Not as sorry as I am. But she didn't do it. You have to believe me. After the murder, the suspect... Okay. I'm gonna present the parking lot because how could she have seen it? I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Sky.
Objection!
The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought that you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me and I'll make you cough it all up. Ahem, let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Sky making a phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of the partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. What? Order, order! What's the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up her lunch, she's coughing up lies.
Objection!
That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie the witness has told in court. Here's where the counter-attack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about... where she saw it? Miss Sky tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Starr to lie about it. Pointless to lie, I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Starr witnessed the crime from a different location.
Objection!
A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I've ever heard one.
Objection!
Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimonies we've heard until now points in one direction. The place from which... Oh god, I don't know. Maybe the security room?
Take that!
This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room. Indeed, the security room was in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are so many other places she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness is not being part of the prosecutor's office couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, mister, how many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could have turned. Today a man has gotten the better of Angel Star. Order, order, witness. What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should have known better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished, and I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. Oh, wee, Sunstream Street. The guilty, is she talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Star lie? It doesn't make sense, huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard's station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly, this photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. The truth still stands. It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. You wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Talking to randoms on Fortnite. Oh, bless. Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Miss Starr witnessed the crime from the security guard's station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference, but what? How did she take the photograph? Why, the angle at which she saw the crime occur would change. The angle? What do you mean? Well, the security guard station is on the second floor, and she would have sort of a more 3D view of the crime. And this is important why. It's not? Perhaps you'd like to reconsider. It's not that? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference. Distance to the crime? Change the distance between her and the scene of the crime.
Objection!
My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plan and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see.
Objection!
What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take for her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Okay, she knows who the real murderer is, the security cameras. Now, how long did it take for you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Sky? Well, witness? You, yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. Inedible. I can read. I can read, guys. I was bringing the PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene, but the door was locked. I couldn't open it. That's why I had to go through the visitors parking in B block. That's quite a detour. Yes, you can read. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. You have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? Raise an objection.
Objection!
5 minutes between the witnessing of a murder and the arrest. Think about it. Hi, Yonta. How are you doing, pretty? You could make pasta in that amount of time if you like it al dente. I've got a lunchbox that tie pasta into knots, rookie. A 5-minute blank, isn't that strange? Strange? If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene, hey? You have the instincts of a killer. You would run, but this time was different. Miss Sky dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. I'll work in an hour. How about you? I'm doing okay, thank you. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Princess Bride. Inconceivable. Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go? Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated the witness on account of her professional history. We did it. We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. That was too close. I'm afraid the cough-up queen has been dethroned, and with that, court is adjourned. We did it, guys. Hold it. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off on me. I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What is that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Star. Ah. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woohoo! A triple decker? Out of deference to the witness' determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she going to pull out of her lunchbox this time? I should have mentioned those 5 minutes where I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One, of course, was the victim's, and the other blood type matched the defendant Miss Lana Sky. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. What? There was blood found on that shoe? Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs.
Objection!
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating myself. And you had the blood tests performed? Didn't I mention I have 3 boyfriends in forensics? In any case, Your Honor can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth is sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensic department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. No, is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The prosecution complaints notwithstanding, it appears this evidence satisfies the first law of the evidence law. However, it seems that you have yet another count against your witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. Victim shoe added to the court record. While white enamel shoe bears the traces of blood from Goodman and Lana Sky. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. There's 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene, and now the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One was of course the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant Miss Lana Sky. The shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence.
Hold it!
Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess that you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5 minutes blank means nothing. Then why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot of known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This when the suspect is admitting she did it. But the false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, mister. Let's just get this over with. And now the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up?
Hold it!
And you found the shoe at the scene of the crime? I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. Though like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. The shoe was my secret weapon if it should happen. See the fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of a crime. Now tell us what you did next. 2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One was of course the victim's.
Hold it!
So you brought it to the forensics department. If you're going to submit something as evidence of court, you need it approved. To do that, Evidence must be analysed by forensics expert. And she got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective? The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed after all. And the blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. And the other blood type matched the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
Hold it!
You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about blood tests, Ricky. Huh? Well, speak up. Well, blood comes from 4 types, A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether the murder was committed in cold blood. That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can tell the difference between millions of types, which means that we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just 1 person, or so I hear. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten a DNA test results. But they said there's a very little doubt that it could be anyone's but Miss Lana Sky's. So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid that he was going to say that. Okay, does she have a wound in this photo? She doesn't have any sort of wound. I don't know if that's the... May I examine the shoe? I didn't mean to do that. Blood here too, on the sole of the shoe. It's got to be the victim's. He must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood. All this blood is horrible. The blood might be an important clue. This blood, it's my sister's, right? It appears so. Lana's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail. She must have cut herself at the time of the crime. Poor sis. How does 7 cents go through without a fight? Your order of peppered fish guts, right? Ew. Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client when she's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe? A problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? There is a problem. There is one critical problem with the evidence, a clear contradiction. That gleam in your eye, you're still young, Ricky. I'd give you a peppered fish guts now, but you couldn't take the heat, could you? Hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence. I wonder if you noticed there's blood on the bottom of the shoe. Don't mess with me, Ricky, or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense, the victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about the blood on the bottom of his shoe? There's no blood on the floor. I don't know if that's the right thing. Lies in the footprint. The footprint. Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then there isn't that strange? There weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime. Ahaha. As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about the shoe. It only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Order, order, order. Well, witness? What? Huh? We're going, Mr. Wright, but it's true, the lack of footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh, that's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she still slipped. There is one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about the apprehending of the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hand aside and kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. A predator, this one, a leopard woman, roar. I thought that it was a strange thing for a normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that, I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness. Well? Was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright? Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha, you don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over the oil drum for one reason alone. To raise the bloodstains that would become evidence against her. Rah. That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoe tie her quite clearly to this murder. And after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's speciality, erasing evidence. Help? Rerun! You need help? That reminds me, Miss Sky's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she cut herself when she stabbed him? That's when my sister's blood got on the shoe. Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something please. What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime and she's tried to conceal it. But enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. The angel star is the one on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water. The court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you just say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying that my sister hid evidence by erasing bloody footprints. Well. I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox, a lunchbox called evidence. Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else.
Objection!
The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare me. Scare the cough-up queen. Look at this. A photograph. I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no room for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait, look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind, immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew we couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. I'm sorry, Mia. Going to bed, love you. I love you, Luna. Sweet dreams. Mwah. Right, wet or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up on off the asphalt and take another good look. Don't give up, not until the bitter end. This is the last piece of evidence. Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it will be too late. Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence a proper consideration. So, right. Are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah. I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I'm hungry. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem in the photograph. There's something here in the pipe. The problem in the photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor? You just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph. The muffler is also a part of the car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as a part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see, I see. What's this suspicious looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? So what if there is something stick out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing, absolutely nothing. Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to this case. You said a muffler over the head on the call. I'm gonna guess it's that. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah yes, when I arrested her she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Hi Mississippi. Muffler. Ah. Yar. Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually the exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Oh. Woo! Rah. Well, it seems we have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? I find myself wondering about the piece of cloth. If we leave any questions unanswered here, we will do a disservice to the law. Have the car and crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all of the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Phew, that was close. But we made it, at least for now. The court will adjourn for 30 minutes recess. It is lunchtime after all. He's still hungry? I'm hungry. I might make some bread. I'm gonna make some bread, guys. I'll be back in 1 minute. Yeah, I got some bread. Mr. Wright. Oh, what? Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface? But no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. Pretty much, except for today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. This is where we turn the trial around, right? Or any weapon a tiny insignificant piece of cloth? I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner! They say you show a red cloth to a bull and it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come take a look and see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in an enemy territory. They're hard to slip out, huh? What is going on over there anyways? All the police have seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, comprende? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's case in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall. The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. He wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now, don't that just be all? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day too. She was wearing the red muffler. What? At the awards ceremony that afternoon, Edgeworth's seen it too, I reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. It's about time, remember, partner? Sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let the bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this. What are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh wee. Oh, we're back in court? I'd like to resume. What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Daddy, are you okay? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. The furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more? It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it's time we continued with our trial. This is unacceptable. Seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me, knock knock. Who's there? Hello? What's with this guy? A strange stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. The temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. How sweaty is he? Who on earth is he? Ah, it's you. Haha. Sorry I'm late. Oh gee, the roads were packed, it's just me. Long time no seen, Aji. How you been? Swim much these days? Ah, hello, hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy schmizzy, Aji, my boy. You had to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Aji seems to be his nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Ahaha, so you're Raito, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Eh? Oh, thanks. So sorry about our little Worthy giving you all that trouble. You know we should all go swimming together sometime, Jolly. Little Worthy? Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. So was it this man? Damon Gant, pleased to meet you. Oh well, what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years. Well, it's Worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. Really was wearing that muffler. But I think it was stuffed into the exhaust pipe. And little Worthy's car, no less. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. It's what you call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this.
Objection!
What kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth, how could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Oh, wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to hear. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature that is there, Miles Edgeworth. That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'd expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, the court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor. I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and... I'll cut my finger, Mr. Wright. I wouldn't be able to pound my gravel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point it at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. The tip is broken off, and the dark red stain is blood. Is this old blood? Small tag. Is this an evidence tag? This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife? Sure thing. Not a problem. Not even a little one, really. This knife is special, but I can't say how here, unless there's evidence to prove the connection between this knife and Goodman. was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess. The time of the crime is 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, but so I can't talk about it. There was a murder at the police department. A detective? That's a hush-hush information, Judgy. We haven't exactly announced it yet.
Objection!
You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order, order, order. Anyway, we were at the department when we're all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright? 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. The knife is special, but I can't say how. Here, I just want to look at the knife. Can I look at the tag? Small tag on the knife. It says SL-9.2. What's it supposed to mean? I'm not sure, but it reminds me of a similar code. DL/6. Maybe it's a case number? That's weird. What? I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Maybe I should check the court record again. We have a note that was found in the car. This one. 6/7512/2. And what was this one? 6. Okay, so it is connected. Okay, so can we present this right here? Look, wait, let's press first. This knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on in the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, righto. Okay, let's present it.
Objection!
Wait a second. Ah, alas, honest to goodness objection. This knife has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This is great. Look at the tag on the knife. It reads SL/9 And this is important why. Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7S 12/2. Oh no, it's upside down. Upside down? The printer's name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around and what do you get? SL/9. That's the same thing written on this knife's tag. Oh well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win. I win? This knife was evidence in a case that was stolen from the police department's evidence room. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess. The time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this hit case, so I can't talk much about it. So this knife was stolen, yes, but on the day of the murder, it was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, good show, Little Worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it so happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. How do you think there isn't a connection there? If it was stolen... Hang on. If it was stolen at the time of the murder, then how did it get there? Because the murder there, they said, was 5:15. The murder at that one was 5:15. Then how did it travel from there to there? It was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. I'm burping, I'm sorry. Something happened at the police department too, huh? You got a good look at your eyes there, Raito, my boy. Sharp, hungry. So, something did happen, and why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand you were busy, what with Lana's case and all. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? The detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess. On the same day the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Uji? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect just arrested them, in fact. That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Raito. I suppose I could help you if you help me by giving me data on your case. Ooh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. What do I want to know? I kind of want to know where the victim was killed. But I also want to know how it was killed. I don't know which one to pick. I mean, I got chocolate mousse as well. I'm a fat bitch. It's really good. Okay. We're gonna do... We're gonna do how the victim was killed. How he was killed, now that's an interesting part. It was what we call, in the force call, a stabbing with a knife. A knife? Exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit, we're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. It seems like I'm gonna have to press this on a bit harder. The time of the crime, 5:15, scary coincidence, eh? 5:15. So that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances? Coincidence. This is just my gut feeling, but I say there's a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Grant, please tell us more about the incident. Not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk about it much. Like you said, there's no connection. How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can just say anything I please, Raito, you understand? Try to understand, Raito. Well, if you can prove there's a connection, more power to you. Maybe there is something that ties the two murders together. Whatever it is, I better find it and get to the bottom of this. Two detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office, and the other at the police department. This can't be a coincidence. And that knife, what was it doing there? I'd better check this knife out. This knife was evidence in a... I don't know what to present. I will jet. I'm stretching.
Amika Willjet 88 just redeemed stretch.
Thank you. Not officially linked to this case, so I can't talk much about it. I feel like I have to present something to prove that the cases are linked. I'm so sorry for burping.
Objection!
That's wrong. I don't know what to do.
Hold it!
Can I get him to give me a different one? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. Evidence room. Wait a second, I've heard of that. Evidence room? Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? This knife was evidence in the case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room.
Water right meow.
Thank you, Guidey. There's a connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? Happy, we just got handed our ticket to go to town with this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gaunt to testify about the details. Let me find out the last thing. That's a very sharp question, Raito, very sharp. Oh my boy, you're gonna love this. Oh. I don't know what one to present. can try this one again.
Objection!
It's not this. I'm gonna fuck up. Hey, no, I already tried the knife on this one, right?
Hold it!
I wanna read what he said again. How was he killed? Now that's the interesting part. It was what we were in the force called a stabbing with a knife. A knife, that's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit we're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. It seems like I'm gonna have to press this a bit harder.
Hold it!
Victim was found. Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I couldn't say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room. I've heard of that. The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? Knife was evidence in the case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's a connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? I handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gad to testify about the details. I think I'm gonna fuck this
Objection!
up. Isn't right. Oh. No, it's not right. Hi Big Flopper, how you doing? Batman's evidence room.
Hold it!
I don't know what to do! I'm stuck! Cause like, I proved that they were linked by using this. Luna, are you supposed to be asleep? Thank you so much. Victor's memo found in the car trunk. Alright, oh bless you. What if I sleep on TikTok? Come on now. I don't know what to press with. Just chilling, listening to you dress me off to sleep. Oh, you're cute. I already presented the knife here, right?
Objection!
That is wrong. On my last life. I don't know what to do. We already did this.
Objection!
I fucked up, okay. To retry. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to bear with me while I speed run through this case again. At least it's just his part. It hasn't been that long. Okay, let's keep speed run through this. I still don't know what to do. I'm being stupid or something. He looks like someone, but I can't think who he looks like. He looks like someone. Is it from a video game? Something. I'm trying to think. Someone that has exact hair. Who is it that he looks like? I don't know.
Objection!
Objection! Yes, but I am stuck. Okay, now it's his testimony, and I have to prove that cases are connected. Okay.
Objection!
Dun. Okay. We got it, guys. Thank you for the follow. And this is okay. Now we can represent this bad boy here.
Objection!
You reached our new subs goal of 10.
JJ!
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for the subs! What the hell? Oh my god, thank
Hype
you!
train started.
We got a hype train. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you. JJ. Oh, girl. Yo, what are you doing? You spoil me too much. Do you mean Anne? I win. Oh my god, thank you so much. I win. What game is this guy playing? We get a shout out for JJ, please, if I have any mods. This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. That was a bad day for the department. We went in any shape to do an investigation. The detective was called to the police department and see what a mess. The time of the scene. Okay. We'll press this one again. Yeah. Where the victim was found. Let's speak on when the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room of the police department. The evidence room. I did that. The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? Oh, Manny got one? Hell yeah. This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's the connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? Happy, we just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. I don't know what to press on. Not officially linked to this here case, so I can't do it much. Could I possibly present the phone?
Objection!
No, this isn't it. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. It's 5:15 when at the prosecutor's office and when at police department. Can't be a coincidence. And the knife. What was it doing there? I better check this knife out. Evidence in the case that was stolen from the department's evidence room. Is it?
Hold it!
For the day of the murder. It was in evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice. Good show, little Webby. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. The evidence from a case long since solved. The knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection now. Could it be... Could the fault here be that the crime was at 5:15, the person stole this evidence, and then but at the same time this guy was murdered, so this was here.
Objection!
It's not that. I really don't know what it is. I have no idea. Does anyone have a clue? Does anyone have any sort of idea? Help a bitch out. I don't know. Dude, thank you for the hype train. Old. It's not officially linked. I can't talk much about it. I had to look it up because I'm completely stumped and I don't feel like replaying it again. I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, I am. Yes. Right.
Be no worry, just redeem drink water right meow.
No worry.
We no worry, just redeem stretch. We no worry says hi.
Meow.
Hold it!
Oh my god, I didn't even have to fucking present anything. Oh my god, I just had to repress on this. I feel like a dumbass. Okay. Chief, the defense position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. Yeah, you don't say. Well, out with it, Writer. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is the place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife was found and the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number of the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in the very same evidence room. Indeed, there do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet at all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial. What, really? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay?
Hold it!
If you're going to tell us little, why not tell us everything? Well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh, well, I guess I might as well try and get what I can out of him. What division was the victim stationed in? Oh, you want to know that, do you? Aha, Criminal Affairs Division 1, the detective responsible for homicide cases. Homicide, that would be the same division as Detective Gumshoe. Detective Goodman, who was killed in the underground parking lot, was homicide too. It's almost like a serial killer was after homicide detectives. Except the serial killing happened simultaneously, scientifically speaking. Well, I sure hope Detective Gumshoe isn't next on the list.
You reached our
Dude!
new bits goal of 1,000. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for the bits! What the hell? Why are y'all spoiling me? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Watcher. Thank you. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15, 1 at the prosecutor's office and 1 at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And the knife. What was it doing there? I better check this knife out. This knife was evidence in a case that was stolen from the department's evidence room. That was a bad day for the department. A detective was killed at police department. See what a mess. The time of the crime. I can't reveal the victor's name. Okay, we're gonna press again and see if we can get more information. Roger killed 2 detectives. Yes, they deserved it. Okay, how about the gender of the victim? You want to know that? Okay, a hint. Let's see. First hint, the gender of that is not female. So it was a guy. What did I tell you? The boy's sharp. Stop goofing around, Mr. Wright. This is serious business. Sorry, Your Honor. Hey, tell it to the chief of police. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15. 1 at the prosecutor's office and 1 at the police. Back to the knife. Yo! Why is everyone spoiling me?
The _Guardian_4NGEL cheered X1000.
Thank you! Oh my god, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Is it Spoil Bunny Day? Oh, thank you for the 250 bits as well. Thank you, Gotti. Thank you, Willjet. Victim's ID number. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not, you won't tell me their name after all. We'll keep a tight lid on the ID number, so don't go getting your hopes up. The ID number is 5842189. Well, that's quite long. All the bunny, you do. Thank you so much. Bunny I didn't deserve anything. Does this tell you anything? The ID number from the victim in the police department is 5842189. Hey, Davy Jones. That was his ID. It does, Your Honor. It does, I think. Meaning... Police spoiled. No. I'll be the court case. It's going well. It has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You said the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you?
Take that!
Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. Hi, swag. No, I just got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with it, both guns blazing like you always do. The police department, the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh, ho, is it yours? No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. The personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. And that means what exactly, huh? Wait, the ID number we had from the chief earlier, that started with 82. I've forgotten. Guilty, I did it. Can you defend me from my 388 cases of alleged theft? Did you do it? Did you do it? You didn't even get the first number right. The number of the chief of police gave us was 5842189.
Objection!
No. It is second, right? What is this? Mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, ho ho ho. Sharper's attack, righto, Sharper's attack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:50 in an underground parking lot. Yet Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department, in the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible, so what you're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time and in a completely different location. How can this guy come in and say that the cases are not fucking linked? Order, order, order. No. What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. A second, okay. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? That JJ, it is. The oversight, the grave error. Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Definitely didn't do the theft. That definitely doesn't sound like me. No, definitely not. Edgeworth more like stinky. I think Edgeworth's cute. I think he smells nice. I think he probably smells like sandalwood. You don't mean him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman, murdered in the police department's evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name was written right on the top of the report. Yeah. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if the officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. In any case, this is a serious error, gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then No such luck this time, Worthy, or should I say, unworthy. That's fucked up. What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law, Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you would submit a list of evidence to be used in a court before trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Righto over here. Good job, Righto, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job.
Mr. Wright, more like Mr. W left.
Good one, Swag. It seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, what with all these rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. It's bad, of course. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. If it's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time, really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error of this serious in the history of the court. I will grant one further stay as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your... Yo, thank you, Hugo. Thank you so much. Whatever your punishment for this, for your sake, I hope is not decisive. Very well, court is adjourned. Okay, now we gotta find evidence.
Edgeworth, more like Gat.
Normally I'd fight you on that, Swaggles, but I completely agree. Yeah, let's go find evidence. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused, huh? Well, let's see what's going on. You want some? I've never tried pretzel bites. Are they like crunchy or soft? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st.
Swag more like cool, buff, tall, manly man.
Like, that's an outright lie. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this? And the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out, or try to at least. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in the evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum, wasn't it empty? The oil drum was kicked over by Chief Prosecutor, was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence of the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just... we're both professionals at what we do and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, there was water in the oil drum, washed it all away. Depending on the flavor of hard pretzels bites before I eat them. Hi, hello. I want to try one of the like fairground big giant pretzels one time. Maybe when we go to Disney one day, we'll get one of those.
Hey, in swag.
I will buy you something. Oh, let's get the cocktails because those look really nice. I'll buy you cocktails. You buy me a pretzel. Can we have a corn dog? I want to try a corn dog. Well, yeah. I will. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Oh, I just burped. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done the test? Can you make a redeem for a horror game? No. Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing bloodstains with stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Ooh. To test for blood reactions, spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray. Okay, let's find us some bloodstains. $22k points. Wow. I can see her eyes shining behind her glasses. So, is this a bloodstain? It is so, Emma, you're shaking. It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a bloodstain, but doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this scientifically? Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there would be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find the bloodstain, okay? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Luminol testing fluid received from the one very proud looking Emma Sky. Solutions used for scientific investigation finds blood traces spray to use. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all the evidence in court.
Germany more like swagmany.
Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with the view of the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yes. It feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this spray on anything suspicious. Huh. I wonder how the fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Star, you only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just a kind of lead-in that doesn't really get my mouth watering. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from the security room right there, but I was afraid I wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry, you lied on the witness stand? That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood. That testimony still stands. Ah, I swear it on the honor as a detective, she stabbed Goodman. Prime sub to JJ because I'm cool. Hell yeah. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Yes, it was a long time ago, well, 2 years. No matter how hardened the criminal when they faced me. They coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies, you know? I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect, and before long they called me. Cough Up Queen! Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go or fired? I thought that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident. Whoa, she is linked to it. Wait, she doesn't mean... Oh, why didn't I present it? What do you think about this? The SL9 incident is written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, the SL9 isn't over, not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Apparently not. Could have taken that picture from the guard room, but even I get flustered sometimes, so you went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Star. You were lying was the problem. Listen, little girl, I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? Did you take a look at this? Oh, she doesn't want to talk about that. She dropped the phone on the pavement. That's when I heard her talking about the muffler, right? Little did I know it was a trap. The red car muffler and the prosecutor's red muffler. What was Miss Sky really trying to say, I wonder? Have I unlocked a talking point? I have. That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable to who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence, so they didn't solve it. On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. Only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence, not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort, made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved in the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly, Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated the case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SR9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now, and no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, there's lunches you sell. There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come in to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends, how many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Ricky, what? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Then you should take this. Whoa! Whoa, she gave me a steak. Salisbury steak lunch. I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Steak lunch received from Miss Star. Officer Marshall, is he your... You guys going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall, Looks like Miss Sky is in questioning. I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in 2 places at the same time? Oops, I just dropped my headset. Can you imagine? How's she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Mr. Gant say they arrested a suspect in the police department's murder? Let's come back later. Well, everyone looks so deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. Ugh, it makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department's crime scene. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating, but don't mess up or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense a detective did get killed here after all. So the evidence room, the scene of the crime, according to the pamphlet we got at the front desk. Here it is. She's like a kid in an amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. My hair is pissing. I'm gonna brush my hair for a minute. I'm just gonna brush my hair for a minute, guys, because it's pissing. Just gonna have to. Let me like censor. Okay, 1 second. Brushing time. Well, hopefully it's not gonna be ASMR. I can't hear anything. What's everyone's plans for the week? Is anyone even here other than Gardy? I put some. I'm here. Okay, what's everyone's plans for the week? What's everyone doing? Anything nice on the weekend? Plans this week? Streaming. I'm really. I'm being off for a week. Oh, a whole week? Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Maybe a game with my cuz. Oh, nice. What game? I get back into streaming daily and try and clean up a little. I mean, streaming daily is fun. I also want to clean up because I really want to make a space in my room so I can dance every day when I get up. I really want to dance more. It's like one of my goals. I'm gonna dance every day. No Man's Sky, Emporium Galactic. What's that one? Oh yeah, I still need to try. Do some long streams together. Yes, yes. That would be fun. Or not. Shit later. It's a space-based hovercraft spaceship building game. Okay, well you like your you're naughty. You guys hear me brushing my hair? It's so knotted. I do wash it. I swear down. Curly, and I forgot to put any product in it after a shower. Yesterday. After I washed my hair yesterday, because it was too cold to put products in it. Because it would have been like wet for longer, so then now my hair is really knotty. Wash it later. Like frizzy like a witch. Good. You can hear the tangles coming out. You can hear it. It's like my mom is always like mad at me how I brush my hair. She's like, "You're doing it so rough." It's so naughty. Okay, I think I got it. In the hair oil JJ got me. I really like the shampoo and conditioner. Really cheap. It's like £15, but it's literally gonna last me like a year. They're like 1000 milliliter. Oh, you're joking? Oh. I just believed you. my iron vitamins. All the oil in my hair. My hair is so curly that I can tie it up without like using a hair tie. If I like twist it on my head, it stays there. I put oil in my hair now after stream. I will wash it out. Perfect. Lovely. Feels a bit better now. Put in a hair mask later. Okay, heads that back on. It's not pissing me off now. Okay. Guard station? Ooh. Wait, that's a lot of alcohol to be on duty, isn't it? Why is there a lasso on the ground? Evidence room entrance guard station. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime. It sure seems that way. Oh ho. What's wrong? It's those cat ties. They're so prickly, so imposing, it's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cat ties, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is if this is the guard station, where is the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Why is he drinking on shift, bro? There's a security guard uniform hanging here. It looks more like a costume than a uniform. A leather jacket, leather pants, and a leather... What was that called again? A poncho? Oh, poncho! Okay, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. Yeah, seashore are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction, just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more of an attitude thing than a physical similarity. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use the computer to check on who went in and out of there. Oh, it's the same thing. Okay. No clues here. No clues here. Look on the floor, a lasso. This looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but the lasso missed. You sure you have an active imagination? The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it would be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Makes this place look like some kind of saloon, but it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course, if you went through here, cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say it'd be more of a yeehaw myself. Okay. Looks like we can't do this yet. This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please! Huh? Wasn't that? One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you, Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We caught our criminal, now we just need evidence. The criminal, you mean? You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? On the same day, another detective was killed at the police department. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect, just arrested them in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Okay, let's go to the detention center. Wait, it's not an option. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yes, I guess they did. Best not to go too far down the road right now. Things will just get confusing. Oh, ow. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I say, I was the one perpetrated against her. That's what I say. Oh, aha. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. I had a song that says girls want to have fun. Is this the fun they describe? Serving murder cases? Absolutely. Excuse me, but Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir. The request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekins. So you're the guard here at the detention center? No, sir. I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report. No, sir. How should I say this? Wait, he isn't, is he? You, Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? Being a lawyer can be found. What? What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Sir, stop doing that. I'm a patrolman with the General Affairs, sir. Ow, I can hear you just fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir, because the evidence is kept in the evidence room. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, oops, a suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. Suspicious person. Yow. What's he doing? So, what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white, I saw red, I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? I might ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir, so I did what I could to wrap it up. Bandage on his hand, just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. Don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Please. Oh, you gotta stop that. They labeled me the victim, but but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. Oh, well, yeah, that's true. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him. Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light and other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. What are you growling at? What? What? You just gonna do a phantom bark for no reason? What are you looking at? What? What are you looking at? At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, oh, please stop doing that. Nothing you could do. So, sir, to tell you the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed the knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were, huh? That's when I opened my eyes. I was alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? When I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand. And the shock, the sorrow, sir, can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. Officer Meekins, this is for you. Eek. I'm scared of knife, sir. It's okay, I just want to- That's it, sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. It was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was being peeled. Second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. I don't know what else to present him. Yeah, he doesn't know anything about that. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey, that's it, sir. That's it. That's it. What? My head was blank until this very moment. But sir, I remember now. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I better pry into this one a little deeper. Can you tell me what you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little lost patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I did know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought he looked suspicious. So I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? So I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him. Do unto others before they do unto you. My father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir, everything went white. I awoke and I was here. Right. So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim who we met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's it. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? You still ended up here. It told me that I had to be him, sir, on that day at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there, it's me, it's on tape. And you waited until now to tell us this. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I hand over my badge, I don't deserve it. No thanks, I have my own. I guess we better go. Okay. I don't know if there's anything to do here. Okay, let's go. We can go here. This place is as classy today as it was yesterday, and I'm sure I'll still be on classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we have to come back. Where are we going? I don't think I have anything else to present her. Who do I give this lunch to? Officer Marshall, but where is he? think there's anything else I'm supposed to present to him? Did you take a look at this? Okay, no. The day the detective woman's body was found in the trunk. Wait, Mason was here? May, I didn't even see you were here. Thank you for the hip hat. This means I'm a free man, innocent. And I hope I never wake up. If this is a dream, you better wake me up now. You take a look at this. No, he doesn't want to. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I can present to him. And there's nothing else to talk to him about. Oh. Hey, Mr. Wright, look at who's standing in the Chief Detective's desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all, You know what that means. If there's anything missing, sir, I'm sure it's the most likely totally perfect. More head pats? Yeah, more head pats. Under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you can call me right away, Jill. Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The chief detectives look a little flustered. Ahaha, righto, my boy. How have you been? So much? Oh ho ho, Chief Gant. Reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Is Edgeworth gonna be okay? Oh, Worthy? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year. You mean the incident at Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty on the case, right? Righto? Bon Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court you fixed it, so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, as you might say. Well, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright odd, I tell you, the detective getting killed on their turf, too, I mean. They're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, while it's a little sensitive and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives' traps shut. He was the one you were picking on earlier, huh? You saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Present some evidence. I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Oh, sorry, Righto. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find the guy that can't seem to sit still out there, the busy one. Guy can't seem to sit still. Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the dancing blue badger. Okay, he's gonna say this on most of them. I don't think he's going to be helpful at all. Yeah, he's not going to be helpful. What an asshole. Why can't I get in there yet? Maybe an ID card. I don't have an ID card. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't know if I can use that. No, I can't use it. I wonder if there's anything else we can examine. Case that was due for transfer on the day of the murder, and the detective in charge of the case was the victim. Wonder what kind of case the SL incident was. This kind of thing is hard to guess just knowing the case number. About as red as a sports car can get. Yep, it's pretty red, alright. Oh, well, jet streaming Fortnite. Oh, nice. The body was found in Edgeworth's car trunk, and the lock on the trunk was broken too, so the question is, why did Miss Sky choose this car? So what model car is it? I think it's called a sedan or a coupe, something like that. Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy, aren't you? Mr. Wright, you're supposed to know these things. Maybe it was about time I got my driver's license. Oh, he's just like me. It's a rope, isn't it? Yeah. They laid out the outline of the victim's body. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. We did this one last time. Is anything else new? No, it's just the same stuff as the last time. Okay. I didn't get anything new. Found this ID card here in the parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking, it's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID as the man who was killed in the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there is something I can present to him, but... Maybe he wants us to talk to Gumshoe, but... Gumshoe's in the... evidence room. What's the time on the parking stub? It's at 17:12. It's 3 minutes before the murder. And anyone who looks like the people in these posters hardly even look human. She has a point. Where do I go? I don't know where I go. I must be missing something. Hmm. Oh. Every last piece of garbage in the trash can. But nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here. Of course not. What, except for this? What, you kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. It is well padded. Oh yeah. Lost item, did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on this is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. Goodman's lost item report added to the court record. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Okay. ID 59, item lost, status report. Oh, that still didn't do it? To speak to Edgeworth. Oh, didn't mean to click it twice. I don't think any of this is gonna be any different. Super head pets, thank you. I mean, it's worth a try. I don't think it's gonna do anything. Nope. Whatever, right, meow.
The
Thank you.
Guardian _4 Ungel just redeemed drink water right meow.
I'm gonna go get a chocolate Brazil. I'll be right back.
The Guardian _4 Ungel just redeemed stretch.
feel like I slept for a year. Is this the first time you're gonna confess that you're sleeping here? Yeah, you didn't have a good time because I wasn't there to cuddle. Sleep is boring. Mm. He did? Proof? I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. I'm stuck. Oh. Oh my god. I'm wondering if I could ask you a favor. I never thought the day would come when Raito asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Now, Raito. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate it after all. Raito, please, do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate the room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you, here, you can borrow this. Hey, that's a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You just run along now and do your best. Now, later, folks. Haha, it looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just like a, just ink, like a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we're gonna get into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Okay. We're finally moving. We're finally moving. Oh. I have to examine it? And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha! The card reader is turned off, see? What's that? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Wow, wow. What's made my Bambina's skies go grey? Officer Marshall, why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? She may have summarized. This here is my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene? Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than Sheriff's badge in this parts. Yeehaw! Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. This crime scene is waiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I do not wish to speak to you. It is villain. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. I'm gonna talk to you anyway, cunt. I was wondering if we could talk to you. Sorry, Bambina. Hi, Verity! How you doing? I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed in the wide parade, like a gunslinger loading his 6-shooter. I say a little prayer. Rock? That all about Mr. Right. Oh, he's hungry. How are you? I'm doing good. How are you? I was talking about either. Well, in any case, we need to get cracking on this investigation pronto. Let's give him the steak. Here you go, big boy. That smile reminds me of Texas. Oh, so Officer Marshall, you're from Texas. No shit. No, I saw a special on television the other day. Is that from my baby? Yes, Miss Star. Whoa, what's this? What? What's wrong? A fillet steak lunch. I see, I see. I don't see it. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. Alright, Bambina, you win. Ask munch. Anything munch snack. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins is at the detention center told us. And the poor, that poor little doggy. I keep burping, I'm sorry. Poor guy, I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I just lost my fire for the job, you know? He was 100% dressed as the guy. And he was 100% dressed as the guy, pretending to be him. That's what I believe happened. Second. Because he'll know where all the cameras are. My eyes keep vibrating? That doesn't sound good. Are you okay? So what you were doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. Therefore, no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping my eye on the place. Dyslexia would be cooked. Aww. You're so adorable. I remember I was in your stream and because I was typing, you're like, I can't read it so good, my dyslexia. You're so adorable. Don't worry, when I was a kid, they tested me for dyslexia because I couldn't tell my B's from my D's, and I was like 12 years old, and I don't have dyslexia. I also couldn't tell the time. I'm autistic, but I don't know if that was the reason. But I couldn't tell my B's from my D's for a long ass time until I was like 16 or something. But I can now. I'm just dumb. I'm just dumb. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. So cute. You're the cute one. Kind of like that stewed broccoli. They sneak in next to your steak, you know? Miss Star told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. Must have been a reason. I don't know. It was always my dream to be rawhide wrangler on the scene of a crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating an SR9 incident with Miss Star, aren't you? That was my case. It was all solved on the record books, but smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There are some things that you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, this case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago, the day of our case? That's right, the evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about transferals too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest one to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman are on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon? One more thing, when you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. That's the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. This is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen the number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that the record is tied to the stabbing. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years, so we can reinvestigate them if it turns out that there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the country sheriff's department. That's what we call the transferal. We'll do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like the funeral for old cases. 2 years after the case is solved, it's closed forever, dead. Never to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to the SL9 incident 2 days ago. Okay, let's present some shite. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one with the ground on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. So someone else went in after. Perfect match. It was used at 5:14 right before the stabbing. What's... So it couldn't have been him. Because he was already dead. There's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did the Officer Meekin say? I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, Comprende, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card for record. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with the IDs here. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand. This is 2 different things entirely. I guess so. I'm lost. He's just gonna talk shit, okay. Let's try and find useful shit. I don't know if he's gonna talk about this. I want to know why this is in it. I guess not. Oh, he doesn't have anything useful to say. Okay. Alright, we give up on him. I don't think he has anything else. No. Evidence room. We're finally getting to look at the crime scene. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. It's Gumshoe. Oh? I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. And he makes a coffee. Make me an iced coffee, please. Please. So is it true what I heard? Righto, please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'll give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire, knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. So Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today. Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're a boss for a day. First of all, you'll have to have this. Evidence room floor plans added to the court record. Let's have a look at them. Not much to it. Okay. Boss for a day. So Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day. That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're the boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest in my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Ha ha ha, of course, I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from this case. That case? Yeah, the case, the SR9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using that ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, zap, you get a shock. That's what happened. My hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Evidence locker added to the court record. Only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about. I say nothing. Okay. Stabbing was here after opening his locker, but at the same time he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. He says everything's cards and secret numbers. I can never relax. It's only because you always lose your card. I always forget my secret number too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the world coming to? Rebel gets the system. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. I heard the rumors, so it was Goodman. Whoa! What is it? That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? Why would Edgeworth have to come into the evidence room? Does it say now? We got 3 missing ones. I'm gonna guess that... Oh, when did I snap my nail? I didn't even notice. See? I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone because of the SR9 connection. That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would the evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Now that was a bloody violent case. Violent, so it was a murder. Serial killing. A serial killing? Ooh, interesting. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right at the spotlight and started the rumour mill. Rumours about forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleared up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SR9 incident, see? So that switchblade knife, the victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself. Okay, let's have a look at this. Look, a big pile of junk in the corner. It looks like a car door. A pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. Bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What's the sorry looking fishing pole? That is. Oh, that's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal, that's the metal detector. The one that led to solving the case on the Gourd Lake, remember? Oh right, wow, it feels like ages ago. And, I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a... solving some case sooner or later. That's a cheap looking box. You can't judge a person by the machine or their cover, you got to look at their heart. Handprint. What's this, blood? It's a little worn, but it's definitely handprint here. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what are there other bloodstains left in the room? We should use her testing fluid to check it out. That must be one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional, but what's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien. Wow, this guy's got big smarts. This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. I knew it. This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker, it's mine. It's yours. Please. You have to help me when they come to take me away. Promise you'll testify I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plan. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. I don't think there's any more. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case, the SR9 incident, pal. See the sticker on the pieces there? Another piece of the SR9 evidence? I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. Wanna try put- Yes, I do! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest into place. Hell yeah! I love puzzles. I love puzzles. Okay, how do I use it? Oh. Wait, I messed it up. I pressed the wrong button. Let me build it. Let me build it. Okay. Hey Pulse, how you doing? I did it. Oh, well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still. It doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar added. Jar pieced back together from fragments found at the crime scene. A piece is missing. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Is it a gumshoe maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean the SR9? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove added. And there's a red light indicator above the door is lit. That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Is this a saw and paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. What are you saying? True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we are witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger. Well, you might say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room? Yeah, I think that's everything. Why are some of the pieces missing too? Doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll be sure to remember that the next time I make a jar. I don't think there's anything else. Okay, let's see if we can go talk to Edgeworth. Anything new for you? No. Wait, can we check this? It says the SR911. I guess it's just another piece of evidence from the case. You know, I never did care for the word tag, it's confusing. Huh? What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, what's zag? Isn't that a word? Do you challenge me? What are we playing? A word game now? Hey, we nearly hit 5 hours. Let's go. The sheriffs back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. Well, the only thing that they trusted was their shoot in hand. This is neither wild nor west here. Aha, but that and this are two different things entirely. I guess so, huh? I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Oh, I already- okay, that's his nun. He's just doing the same shit, okay. The guy is super, super useful. Okay. I want to go back to... Let's see if, oh, he's not here anymore. Okay. Detention center. Let's see if we can get his code on here. Okay, I guess not. Okay, let's go talk to Edgeworth if we can. Oh wait, Maybe I can present her some of the evidence because she was on that case. Yes, you said you want. Oh, okay. No, she doesn't want to talk about that. Let's try the glove. Nope, she don't want to talk about that either. So talk to Edgeworth. He's not here. No! Guess I haven't unlocked it yet. See if she'll talk about any of this stuff. Nope. Yeah. Go back to the evidence room, I guess. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. He didn't have any new dialogue, did he? No. So sorry. They give you 50 cents. No, the police department lets faith in its lock system. He was found there. Da, 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 da. We already did this. What am I missing? One second, guys. I'm back, sorry. I don't know what I'm missing. What am I missing? Hard to make out, but some are dark red stains here. Looks like blood. Being Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed. Not likely. This blood looks like it's been there for months, maybe longer. This jar was evidence in the SR9 incident. That might be when the blood got on it. Thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? What do you think this could be? There's so much evidence. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do that I haven't done. Oh, of course, pal. I got an award for. Oh, yeah, he already told us this. Yeah, we already went over all of that stuff with him. We hit 5 hours, guys. Early in the day of the war ceremony, but there were a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony, so they took the blue badger away for a while. Really? Why? Oh, they said it was shameful or something like that. I toiled night and day, supervised with Detective Gumshoe, but I can see why they moved it. The most surprised of anyone because of the SN. That was Mr. Edgeworth's specification. No, we've already done this. Until I was 16, she was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. That's how old I am now. I wonder what happens. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school too. You never see people in a trench coat these days. Why not, bro? I need to take my eye. It's the same shit. We already did this. This one as well. What else I need to do? Talk to him about everything. Whoops. I guess nothing. Your iron tablet, girl. What are you doing? I don't know who. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm doing something wrong. Wait, is that the pretty girl? Is that my one? Is that my pretty girl? Wait, do I think you are? Oh, you are! Hi, gorgeous! Hi, gorgeous. Hi, beautiful. You know, also was shooting hand. Hi, beautiful. How you doing? This is new. Okay, it's the same shit. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm stuck. Hey, I'm doing okay, thank you. There's nothing to talk about. So where do I go? Oh wait, I didn't mean to go back in here. I didn't mean to click examine. Okay, let's move. The entrance. Move. Underground parking lot. He's got nothing to talk about. Move to... I better pipe up. Nope. Thank you! Thank you, JJ. He doesn't want to talk to me about anything. So who am I supposed to talk to? What to do? He's creepy. Someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. I don't know what to do. I'm so stuck. I don't think any of this is gonna be any... Oh. I don't think any of this is gonna be any different. Someone help a girl! Someone help me! I've looked at everything. At least the music's still a vibe. I feel like maybe I've missed something in the evidence room. I don't know. Wait, should I see if I can spray the thing in here? Should I? I feel like this has something to do with it, but no sir. Whoops. Nope. Wait! There's another handprint! Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch the spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What's this? It's called luminal testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it from my mail order. Well, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans. There's something you needed to be going to. It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to go give them my report for the day. It might help, you know. What is that artwork? In the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. There you go. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. Okay, now we can finally move. I'm just a dumbass. Not this bluffer. Ah, guess, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave so long. Is Edgeworth here? They're standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. He's so cute. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry. I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. I'm sorry. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. And the real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this as not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I conceal evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time again. Again, I've heard them say it so many times, ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still prosecuting attorney, however, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you why? All along I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Let's present some evidence to him. Alright, let's ask him about this. I better check this now. As I was saying, what's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to have been in the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now, I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Evidence from past case of Edgeworth brought back to his office by Gant's request. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. I think he's just gonna say that every time. Let's check on this. A116. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be a clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? It's just a screwdriver. It's not in that note, right? It was A1. A116. I think he's gonna tell me anything about any of this. Telling you about this sooner or later. Oh, you must be talking about his father's murder in the elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Allergies of... The SR9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was a deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in this case 2 years ago then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not, I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief of prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister, what? If you were still studying forensic science. Ah, yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminal testing fluid, Well then, you might have a use for this. Aluminium powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion? Did I say that wrong? Adhesion. Thank you. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to the Detective Gumshoe as well? Fingerprinting set and fingerprint file received. Well, let's get going. One last investigation, right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Okay, we're back to the evidence room. Oh, he's gone. Investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, in the blood, in the detective's evidence locker. Let us use the secret weapon we just borrowed. First, choose a finger. Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. Just choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. Really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get the sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminium powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With enter, see? Ah, it looks like it did the trick. The aluminium powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out a candle on a birthday cake, see? Wow, that looks like fun. This reminds me, the worst puzzle I ever got stuck on was a DS game called Another Code. And you were like solving a crime or something like that, right? And it was on the DS, the 3DS, okay? And there was this thing where you had to stamp something, and I sat there for an hour. Nothing worked. I pressing every button. I tried tapping the screen. I did everything, right? Do what you had to do? You had to physically close the DS and reopen it to stamp it. Yeah, you had to physically close your DS. Right, and I didn't have the brain capacity to understand that. That took me so long to. I think I figured out by mistake. I'll be honest. Rage quitting. That looks fun. It might take some getting used to though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting. It's alright. I guess I better give it a try. You did it, you found one. But it looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left the handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why didn't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. Seems that there are fingerprints outside of the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood? Yeah, print so clear. Dazzling. Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet. This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. From what we got from Mr. Edgeworth, and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh. How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? Well, obviously Gumshoe. That's such a Pikmin sound. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess it was probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit something, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. This is where we got the luminal fluid reaction, right? Red panda? Right, there's a handprint here. Okay, want to try using this? There, her eyes go sparkling again. Let's check for prints. Thank you for the likes. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. That means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try and find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand? I don't see any others. Am I blind? We could try this. Wait. I don't see any fingerprints. You guys see it and I'm just blind? Does anyone see where a fingerprint is that's not these ones? I don't see it. I'm just gonna... I think I may be blind. Wait, there's one there? Where the hell? I'm sorry, what? There's one here. You guys see that? Am I blind? I can't see that. Can you see that? They're lying. Hey. I don't think it's his. It's Jake Marshall's. Thanks for Pinta. Thank you for the hugs. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is this someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall. Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record. That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh, so we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you would call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Ooh, we're gonna do the court case, guys. Are you guys excited? I'm excited. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. I'm so sorry. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. A different suspect was arrested at each crime scene. Lana. Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you for too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. How are they gonna arrest 2 separate people for the same crime? So how'd it go? It says Mr. Wright suspects the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. Plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind the simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment, what I mean. But Lana, don't tell me you. Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky, We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What? I'm so sorry. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're gonna have to accuse Mr. Marshall. We have to play our cards we're dealt. Play your cards right. Play your cards right. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? You do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. February 24th, 10 AM, District Court, Courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain in both places at the same time. That's not physically possible, is it? What's more is I had... Words to live by, is it? Is it? I don't know, I don't think I want to live by those words. Me personally. Just disappeared, yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as a prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now, that's what set Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be admirable trait? Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Ooh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. He better not do his horrible noise at me ever again. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir, the one who did it. I never kill anyone again. Oh my god. Sir, you've got to believe me, sir. Sir, what would you call part of the younger generation, sir? A person whose actions adults cannot possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us a report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do. You can't fault him for lack of enthusiasm. Yes, I can. Yeah, time to poke holes in him. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, and I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Though it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day.
Hold it!
Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief Detective, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the awards ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed to the room.
Hold it!
In order to enter the evidence room, you needed an ID card, or am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is. I found it. This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see, huh? But the number here is the number 4989596. Shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time the first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during the second time when, yes, sir, that's when I spotted the man on the security screen. Data added to the ID card record. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life and then I did. Wait, let me press this.
Hold it!
So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You weren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. Oops, I missed that bit. I fought for my life and then I did it. Hold it. What exactly do you mean when you said did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see, he must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of blood, and then on the next thing I knew, yes, he punched me right in the face, sir. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head too. I woke up crying, tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe now that we have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor, only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. Videotape, sir. Takes footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
Objection!
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir, and this is the only thing that I'm really good at. Looks like the communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us a video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder, just what are we getting ourselves into? Was it his blood on the floor? Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Security video added to the court record. Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room and some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. Mystery man. I need to go for a wee. I'm going to... Hello, Mittens. Yeah, I'm streaming. Good morning. Alright, I'm just going for a wee, guys. Good. Nessie says hello to everyone and that she loves. I don't trust that guy's face, he's guilty. You're talking about this exact expression? Is that or whoever works for that is introduced into the game, since it keeps foreshadowing on him saying, I'm only good at doing what I'm told. Shake my head. Just my guess anyway. I think that it's the cowboy guy. I think it's the cowboy guy. Guys, if it sounds like I'm eating shortbread, it's a audio glitch, okay? I'm not eating shortbread. It's an audio glitch. I don't know what's wrong with my mic. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I just think my mic will just be glitched for like the next like 10 minutes. I don't know why. Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint activated lock. These locks ensure that each... You think I'm guilty? I do. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim of the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I either think it's him or the police chief, but I feel like it can't be the police chief since the last case was the prosecutor. I feel like that would be too obvious for it to be like the most important person. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? Of the face of the man who attacked you with the knife? So, if you must label people as being seen or not seen, the man's face, I believe it would be classified as the latter. The latter. But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, are you not? Yes, sir, but I didn't get a closer look at his face. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking. He's autistic! He's autistic! I did wonder. My battery's gotta go. Bye, Guardian! Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it. But there's no question the other person was Detective Goodman. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing, or... I have to charge my battery a bit. Oh, welcome back, honey. That was like 1 minute. Meekins. Eek. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please, be more certain when you testify. Did you unmute just to say eek? Yes, sir. You claim to the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are so positive it was him. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. Unless, I guess, he was the head guy. If he says that the police chief can open them, then it's the police chief. No, sir. I've tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to the registered fingerprint, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then it had to have been the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir, and this too. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. How do you know that? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The worker in the department cafeteria, sir, they kept me informed. They also listened to my romantic troubles. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information for a more reliable source. But the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must have been him, no one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video is the man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir, please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust the knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? I don't think there is, but we're gonna let's watch it again. You guys can help me figure it out. Can we watch it? Check. Okay. There's the fishing rod. The paint. The date, the 2 at the 21. At wait, the time's not right. Oh no, it is right. It's 7:15, right. On the 2 of the 21st. Your glove falls out. Your boy comes in. There's no chip in the knife. $221, $7.15. Did it just replay it? Okay. And the time of murder. There was no vase coming out either. Didn't have the murder report? Right. Oh, JJ, good night, sweet dream. The only thing I can think of is the murder weapon is not chipped off. The possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna contradict. I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, I propose that we have the defense point out to us the alleged contradiction in the video. Uh-oh. Does anyone have any idea? Hi, man. How are you, pretty? I'm doing good, thank you. And be sure to point out the right thing. I have no idea. Yeah, the knife isn't broken yet. But I don't know that that proves that it's not him. There was a glove that dropped on the floor, yeah. Hmm? Where did he go? I don't know. He's guilty, it doesn't matter. Could we see his shoes? Were his shoes different? It a goatee. Maybe does the guy have a goatee? I see his goatee. How unlucky is this thing being in the way? Where did he go? Blood on the coat shoulder. But I don't have proof of that, so I don't have like a picture of the body. Or anything to be like, this is not the same guy. The only thing I have is that the knife is chipped. Wait, did the indicator light up? Wait. Because it's supposed to light up. Only assigned detectives prints can unlock it if the indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Did it light up? It was already lit up. It was already lit up. It was already open. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint if it's a match. The light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, something is seriously wrong with this picture. Not vibing with this song any longer. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little earlier. This is exactly your kind of music, Cat. Here, notice the light. What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Order! What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
Objection!
The locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have been broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh wow, it just goes to show novices can't keep their mouth shut. should keep their mouth shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like a jam system sensor? So something jammed the sensor, say. There's something else that seems out of place in this video. The glove? There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well. Let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Okay. We'll do the glove this time. We're back to the song. Oh, no, no, no. Rewind, rewind. Oops, I didn't press pause. Don't. I can't get it to pause on the right. Don't do that. Don't. Take that. Hi James, how you doing? Please watch closely. The continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh wait, I didn't mean to press that. Oh, it stopped the music. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I have to- Objection! We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I know you guys missed it. That white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. Two out of the 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block the electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator you mean, I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? Probably the hardest one I've ever had to figure out. Ooh. What could it have been, guys? Take that! Take that. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was what that was in the victim's locker. It literally was obvious. Bro, we literally see it fall out. What do you mean? The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. Why is he choking himself? Order, order, order. So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Objection! Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated the possibility and nothing more that the victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodwin. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir. Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is that a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. Mystery Man 2. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use that ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. An ID card record, I see. Now, one thing about the ID card records is it ends with the Mickey's guy entering. But he said that someone came in after to like wake him up. And it's no record of that. We also don't see the guy leaving the room. So it's possible that this guy got changed in like the corner, stashed the uniform in a locker, and I don't know. I don't know if they just like didn't give us any more of the like logins because it wasn't relevant, or if there wasn't any more. The ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime scene, yes, without a doubt this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. So was this serial killer a policeman? There are only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleaned up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. There was one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card. What can I present to contradict this? Because we have the ID card. We have this, which shows who entered. Don't know. Let's press him on everything. Let's press him on everything. Come here. Hold it. So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as a stone. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages. Found at the car park, wasn't it? It was, yeah. I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. To enter the evidence room, one must use the ID card. Hold it. Isn't that card hanging from your neck one of the ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck out when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time is my ID card gets stuck, instead of the door closing. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer only has one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness was referring to. Let me see, yes, that would be it, Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all of this, being a prosecutor. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shush, don't stare at him. You've got the wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequence. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, it must be so difficult for him. Time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Earlier, I believe you testified when you asked the man to show his ID card. He had pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. Therefore, there wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife, unless he didn't want to see his face compared to the ID card. Maybe he just panicked. Oh yeah, whenever I have a panic attack, I draw a knife on people. Whoa! 1 second. Meow, 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 meow. Is that cat or was that? That's Mason. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. I love when you guys meow back at me. You just draw, I stab even. Real bunny, I pulled out a rocket launcher. Really? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. Meow meow. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. It's too obvious? Wait, what is the... He must have his ID card. ID card is used as at the time of the crime. The detective who used his ID card. What am I missing? Okay, well, I have his ID card. Is anyone smarter than me? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, thank God I didn't present it by accident. Okay. This is what he was reporting! The guy was reporting his lost ID! That's what it was, wasn't it? Yes, yes! His ID! He couldn't remember it because he lost it. I'm sure this is it. But I don't know if we can present it as this. I don't know if we can present it here. I don't think I have anything else. Do you think I should do that? Do you think I should do this one?
Objection!
Wait 1 moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. A very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report. It's only half completed, but it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something is his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order, order, order. Does this prosecution have a response? I only have one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at the single conclusion. The victim in this video is a fake. And the murderer in this evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of a murder. That is, well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content of pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, wow. It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecution's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment of the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah! I knew the testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object, obviously.
Objection!
Objection! One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not, but I'm almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth, yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witness for this incident. Hi, Dragon. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear the person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then. Mr. Wright, this person with whom you would have testify, what is his or her name?
Take that!
Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take 30 minutes recess while the witness is subpoenaed. I've never said that word before. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Exciting. Does anyone else get as excited as me? I doubt it. I was like standing up in my chair. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall? It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Oh, he's so sad. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all day. Run around while on duty, sorry. And on top of it, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey, hey, hey? I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay, so have you brought what I asked? Oh, oh ho, oh ho ho, oh ho ho ho, oh ho ho ho. You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in the case. Miss Sky was a witness? Buzz for the Joe Dark killings solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. I want to read this. This is the most evidence I've ever had. Perpetrator Joe Drake, crime scene serial murder, sentence death. Victims... men and women. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, witness Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Investigation task force. Executive investigators. Wait, so Emma was involved as well, so she knew all about it. Damon Gant, Lana Sky, head investigator Bruce Goodman, investigator Jake Marshall, and Angel Star. No one anything to do with serial murders. On what? Now that you've bought your stuff, you're gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SR9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No. No, Lana! That's over with! No! Emma, wait, she ran away. You know what? I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, and Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you, you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. Be continued. Blah, 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 blah. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand, the officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. But he's on a roll. I am on a roll. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization, occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, oh, thank you, Gadi.
The Guardian _4 Ungel just redeemed drink water right meow. The Guardian _4 Ungel just redeemed stretch.
I'm stretching. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never known Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is that correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best to get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime, in plain old English. My job was to keep a wary eye on the bone orchard. They said that I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time that I hit the trail. How am I supposed to pick that apart? I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complain. That's not nice! Wait a minute, what do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon every cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? Oh no, but one sec. I'm so sorry. This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Day of the crime. My job was to keeping a wary eye on the bone orchard. How exactly do you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved on the security camera's monitor. That room is so still. Even time dies in there. It was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I would erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, the tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I erased a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that just ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in the way. No desperado I know joins the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, I can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. You used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a goldmine of evidence. And yet you don't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem like this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel Steak lunches can beat the parlor's Vongoli sepia pasta. I don't know if I said that right. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. It's usually what Edgeworth says. Did you not want to raise this year? I'm just an innocent traveling man, so you're out of ammo. It's time I hit the trail. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner, or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My still horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I better up the ante. Okay, so the thing that I do have is I have his bloody handprint here, so he has been in here. But I don't, he said don't use that yet. His bloody handprint, yes. Bloody hell. We don't know who this person is. It's you? It's you? Okay. Ask for his ID. I don't know how to ask for his ID. The saloon. For the paper, you think so? But where? Be my lawyer, sure. What crime are you committing? How do I prove where he was? Anything but littering. You know I hate littering. Wait. One of the victims was someone related to him? This says Neil Marshall and his last name's Marshall. He was an investigator. Yeah, he was an investigator and he got demoted because of that case. Just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Keep a wary eye in the bone orchard. I used to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. It's protected by 2 security systems anyway. Just an innocent traveling man, so you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I don't know what to present. We do have this. I don't know if this is him though. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! He is. It shows he lies, but I don't have any evidence. I have any evidence to suggest that that is him. And even if it was him, it's like at a different time. What is that wager on the floor? Wait, what? What one? We do have the bloody handprint, but he's not directly saying here that he's never been in there. In the evidence room? Oh, that's the blood splatters. I feel like I need to prove that he wasn't here. But I don't know how to prove that he wasn't there. I don't know, I'm kind of stumped. Up the end.
Hold it! Hold it!
That fit in the evidence room that day. Should I just present it? Should I present it? I feel like I shouldn't be doing this one yet.
Objection!
No. It's not that. Got penalized. And in my cell, besides the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. Protected by 3, but street side saloon at the time it went down. How do I disprove this? How do I disprove that he was at the saloon? I feel like that's the important thing. I don't know, I'm really stumped. Hey Kyle, I'm doing good, how are you? I don't know what to do. Does anyone have any idea? Want to help a girl? I could present open a case. It's protected by three things.
Objection!
Alright. It does contradict it, but... I don't want to fail. Street side saloon.
Hold it!
How do I prove that he wasn't there? I don't think I can. The only thing I have is the bloody fingerprint. Okay, yummy. Okay, I'm gonna present this. Probably gonna be wrong.
Objection!
I got 2 more chances. What could it be? I presented the check-ins, the sign-in sheet. Ooh, Silent Hill, the new one? That one looks fun. Yeah, oh cool. I haven't played a Silent Hill game since Homecoming. I'm gonna look it up. I'm sorry, I can't get past this and I don't feel like failing it. says to use about the fingerprints, but I thought I did try.
Objection!
Oh, okay, it is. I just used it on the wrong one. Same as last time. Doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene, or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm a caretaker of the crypt. I pay my respects, that is, and make my rounds once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there.
Objection!
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Sleepy? Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall. It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I'll take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the bloodstained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. Once one of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated, or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. How does he know the murderer was wearing gloves? That's hiding something, I can feel it. That was my chance to prove. Oh. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective, the locker I still use, although that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints went all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without even knowing. Marshall's fingerprints updated. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. So, then what about the bloody handprint? Was it mine? It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happens the murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue it just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day, kinda like a cereal and a cereal. One's got to do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder. He's right, although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms? Homonyms? Yeah, what the fuck is that word? Help me. Homonyms. Homonyms. I don't know. Have to do with this. What didn't you didn't know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. That's right, it was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on the handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. I am Phoenix, right? How dare you? So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say anything otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner?
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime? Isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence that you have.
Objection!
That video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
Objection!
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, can you show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present? Do so now. I'm bluffing. I'm bluffing. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now, let's have another look at the video. Wait, is his... Okay, I'm gonna guess that his locker turns on, and I hadn't noticed. Did you actually? Yeah, it's not turned on. Right, his locker light better be fucking on, because otherwise I have no idea. Ah!
Take that!
Bringing to our attention back to the security camera is a mistake, I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words, not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out, that was the witnesses, I believe. Now, then let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth is gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then suddenly it appeared. Then there's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the cameras were turned away. Order, order. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I open that locker, prove it. Absolutely I will. I come prepared. That's right. Fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Oops, sorry. Order, order, order! Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now, then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Oh, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Oh! Where can he be? Take that! Was standing right here. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' wrap-up theory. Your chambers— Oh wait, did I press the wrong one? Oh, whoops. Okay. Officer Meekins should have seen him in the evidence room. I just presumed Officer Meekins was the other one. Hear it. Am I gonna fail this? Standing right here. Yeah, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Nuh-uh, correct, unless that man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. That's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified when the man's reaction when... 1 second. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Thank you for the head pat. There you go. Something about Officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on the ID card. Oh, I get it. If he'd shown that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective, unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Rude. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as a victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems like you're the one who couldn't take a desert heat. Ack. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. Or rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet, he did, despite the chance that it might be discovered later, as it has been. He didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason, to stash the coat. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. It's the coat. Very well, let's take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put the white cloth. Please show us what the witness... I'm gonna pick it when he has the blood on him. This is my last chance. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat that you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat? You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Look like I underestimated you. I hope you are happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were the only half as persistent as you are today, we all wouldn't have been here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. Alright. It seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I saw the detective's ID and dressed as him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor in the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It would be way too much blood for such a small donation. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just let it stand by and let it die. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident is not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When the case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. The case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID, dressed like him, and planned to take the evidence.
Hold it!
Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera, and the detective's ID card, I saw that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor of the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open the locker yourself. But he could because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck on the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened that locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out.
Hold it!
He pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is one of a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and ended up cutting himself slightly. I'm sorry I had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. Do you knocked Officer Meekins out and... I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera.
Hold it!
So you did your research beforehand. Those who go in the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened the locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness is an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SR9 incident. You know why? I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. How do I pick him apart when I have one life left? I don't know. Sleepy bunny. Nuh-uh. I'm not actually sleepy. I slept a lot. I'm just always yawny. I yawn all the time. I don't know what I'm supposed to disprove.
Hold it!
Joe was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for certain, he deserved his sentence. I remember that Joe Dark case. It involves serial murders in it. I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there is something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with something I think his real reason is. I have a feeling we'll wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. Let's take another look at the files. Okay, I might fuck this up, but I'm gonna present the files. And if I fuck this up, then I'm gonna have to redo this whole thing. But I believe that he cares about this so much because Neil Marshall, he has the same last name, and so what are the chances that he is also related? And that's why he cares so much about it.
Objection!
I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SR9 incident. Sounds like you be sipping too much of the cactus juice, partner. I have the SR9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award that you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SR9 case before I did. That's right, he was killed, and the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark, sorry. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try and hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SR9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekers confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The thing that happened by chance At exactly the same time the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance, it's got to be more than just that. So, if one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the other murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one, which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky.
Objection!
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial,
Objection!
which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remains the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got a draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Ah! I rest my case. It seems the trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I don't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera tape really was a fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Hold it. Your Honor, wait. Emma, the defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Right. What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright. Are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor. Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Yeah, that's my boy! I was in kind of a shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings? Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file, but that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day, so I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That only left one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? No fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I can be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. Did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone could save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark, Lana will be. Please, answer my questions, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If I ever needed to concentrate, it's now. The handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. Could there be something I'm missing? I don't fucking know. I'm objecting anyway. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that's clear is what you're grasping at, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at these floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. It's the puppet guy, I think. I hope it's that, because I don't want to fail. If I fail, I might rage quit. I don't want to redo this whole trial. Wait there a second, guys. My nail was chipped again. I swear to God, I had the weakest nails of all time. Means something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let's pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can I prove something is missing on the floor plans? This big ass boy.
Take that!
What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of the truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans at the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. And he looks adorable. Thank you. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? Gasp. That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot in the locker. What? That means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. So what are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. That must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment, I will not allow such a far-fetched balderdash into my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand with a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is that the other time... someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark left on the locker.
Objection!
So, then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in the evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, the proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that could show that. Now then, will the defense please present this evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? Oh god. It has to be this, right? It has to be in this one, whoever this was. I don't think it could be anything else. The crime took place inside the evidence room, and the killer would have had to enter it. In order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. The crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never would have figured you would have the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot to figure out that it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had to have 10 minutes. Just I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have been taking place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at this chart again. There's only one other card number remaining, 7777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of the ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number is someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Objection!
But this is ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
Objection!
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes. No, not to you, to her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana?
Objection!
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up on her ID number and it's not 7777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. This is not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. SR9 incident? Ask me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use a legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At that time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana, I became prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in the court? Can you look me and the investigator in that crime in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if involved forging evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order, 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 order! Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom, would have to wait until the following day. Are we gonna investigate again? This is a long ass case. 7.5 hours? Am I just really slow? I might be. Don't answer that. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SR9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On that night, Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. Joe Duck tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother Neil was the only trying to save me. So that means you? Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Duck trial. I didn't see that one coming. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year 2. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner once she'd finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on, just that Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Dick Marshall's brother. Joe Dart tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I could still see it now. A permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted the guilty verdict so badly, Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth, yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. How did you see the instant the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14, that's understandable. Absolute peak, isn't it? Hi, Soup. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I wanted to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick, but there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and then fled to my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Yeah, I don't know if I need to present anything to her. I don't know if she knows about this. It looks like it's about to break. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think she'll know anything. Okay, let's go to detention center. Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble, falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were we're the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, you're wrong. An innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suspect you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. All the drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness Miss Starr said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. It's true, I was a member of the police force for two years ago. She was amazing. Can anyone tell me what this guy looks like? Because Ganondorf, is it Ganondorf? I've been like bothering me all this time. Is it Ganondorf? He looks like someone from something. Happy New Year, Jordan. They still talk about the case and the Chief Gant. He and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of the police back then, but still worked in the crime scene. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Hi, Tom. Emma really idolized her big sister. But now you're a chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was... If you had an update, nice. To gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use the experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about the investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command to the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command, that means the investigation led by was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office? It's been a long time. Hello! Hello, Motion, how are you? We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked, so he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's when he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies, Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to the extremes because they didn't believe that it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he'd changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with all the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in that office that Damon and Gant and I shared. The office where Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Let's see if I can present anything to her. Any and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court. Okay. She's just gonna say that on everything. Can she tell me what this is? Okay. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right, the chief of detectives seems the same though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right, we can come back here later. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. I'm not even gonna try. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can go into the evidence room. Can't go into the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about the trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either, all the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, the question was raised. The question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound in the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that finally submitted, the possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? The case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was the one of the... I think the other guy looks better than him, no offense. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he when your brother... He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor of the very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day of the SL9 incident took place wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by the nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years had gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew the latter. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? They did something to him too. The commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation led Damon Gant and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. Their case had the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant and the new chief of police arranged for that to happen. She'd never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. My tummy's rumbling. I'm gonna eat after this. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Mommy, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret, it all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. Literally, D-guy. That's one thing for sure. I found out in court today. Nearly 8 hours. I know. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him the evidence and planned everything. I feel well today. I hope you feel better. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. He died. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. It must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Well, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do, about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention the statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going around than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word they usually use for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look at Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. What the fuck? Why has bro got an organ? Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. Is that real? Hey, he has to be the bad guy. I'm sorry. He has a fucking organ. He's the bad guy. I used to take the organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Badge. I thought... Oops. I never could remember where C was. Well, well. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gantz. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto, have you been swimming lately? No I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. How time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? It's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't seem to put my finger on it though. Headed to the court record. Anyway, I'd like to reminiscence it all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over, and there's no need to investigate anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside a chief's office. Let's have a look at that photo. There's nothing I could— wait. The pot! The pot's in the background. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case, but instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all of the answers by tomorrow. Wait, nothing new here. See if Edgeworth's around. This Edgeworth isn't here either. Maybe he's been questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in the court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Where else can we go? What else can we do? Hey pal, Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm taking a breather, my feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they presented in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes sir, you gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay Dick? Yes sir. It seems that you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all that pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Stark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, I think it has something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in there, okay? His power of recollection never fails to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Duck was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident. An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then... Oh. He finally turned himself in. Why did it skip? Seems like he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all in conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So then he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Duck was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that the last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma, to present the murder weapon. About this. Hey, is that... It had a tag attachment to it with the label SR9 incident on it. FK, very sorry. Are you okay, honey bun? I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since the case was closed, the knife has been locked away in a locker. On that day, Detective Goodman was murdered. This suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Duck's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus he had fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you see that it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Duck's knife? You bet, down to the last fibre. That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Stabs in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Switchblade knife updated in court record. The broken tip was found in the victim's body belonging to the murderer, Joe Duck. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but if it does concern the chief, his office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, Detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'll be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry pal, I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting in that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Can I show him the picture maybe? A little advice for you, Detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. Other jar, I think I've seen it before somewhere. Or maybe it was one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most unfortunate detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? Can I show it now? Can I check this now? Nope. I don't know what else to show him. The award? Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Yeah, we already... Where's the award of shield and why is it broken? What's the reason? I'll tell you what it is later. It still doesn't say. It's the same shit he said earlier. All the same. I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation to think people are accusing him of injustice. I for one ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case with Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was pretty big deal. Screwdriver say. The screwdriver was, Mr. Edgeworth, was told to go into the, evidence room and pick it up. But it's just from an unrelated case. Yeah, it's a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. I don't know what else to present. There's only one number left to investigate. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive office number. 77777? That's 17 too many, Detective. An executive officer? I might just have a hunch. Want to talk about it? Nope. I'll present it. Nope. You don't want to talk about shit, bro. Oh, he's here now. Okay. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. He looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. My paper. He was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him, I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know, the path I've walked, you don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't... Oops, I'm sorry, I skipped it. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. Oh, maybe if I give it to Gumshoe, because Gumshoe is the #1 Edgeworth fan. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that fact. You didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error and my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems so short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. And Neil Marshall was murdered. I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. I used the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in the ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. Oh, Court Keeper, you should play it. It's really fun. I finished up at the office that morning and then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yeah. Just odds and end clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This? Oh yeah, the Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in that case that was closed half a year ago. Hi Hunter, he asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That was the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. 4 months, 13 days, 13 hours. Oh my goodness. This picture was hanging on the wall in the Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall was holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Oh, behave, Yonta. I remember now. That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Oops, I didn't mean to click it again. Right, please, I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea, but just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very stylish manner. Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. Right, please, okay. Okay, he won't talk about most of the stuff. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written in 2 characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you ever heard the story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago in the kingdoms of Shu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was halberd. He claimed he could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed he could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Those claims contradict each other. Very perspective, but then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the knight pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but in our nature to pursue the matter to the conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You will have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. King Prosecutor's Trophy updated. It's confused, so there are some games that say PS5 and PS4, though they were stopping the PS4. Oh, really? Okay, let's move back to... Oh. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a £1/4 of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked on a cow something to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SR9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day that evidence from this case was due for transferal. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savoured when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back 2 years ago. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trialed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. He must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were very close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her, Lana Skye. My sister. The best of the best were put on the SR9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo, Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Duck got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court were being manipulated. Items our teams never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret.
Amateur Wheeljet 88 just redeemed stretch.
Thank you, I'm Stretch. You don't have proof of anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happens. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much of an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred out the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor, nothing quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana's second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence, you mean? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included, I was a fool really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Miss Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Nana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief... That's right. He solved the SR9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one would stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That means his goal, that must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her to change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, Ricky. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be the better chef than I've been. Don't have anything else to tell me. Yeah, okay, I think that's gonna be it for her. Oh, you're back! You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'll be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene of the SR9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. I know it's gonna be the resignation letter. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too, but I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind, but... Here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you out off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. Alright, detective, thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into my pocket. Okay, let's go to the office. Let's find the evidence. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek! Yeah! Love these games. Me too! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came to. If you are here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. I didn't ever get a chance to come in here, but I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Now, not if we're lucky. Now, come on, let's see what we can find. I've got a bad feeling about this. Okay. Real deal, isn't it? This armor and the weapons. Sure, pal. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? You're so cute. Thank you. Do you remember me? I do. What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shush. Be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief might be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary a guy can be. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like the code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. I don't have a code. What will happen if we enter the wrong code? Better wait until I find something more definite. 7-digit number, didn't we see one of those somewhere? How about we try entering my birth date? What is he doing? No clues here. The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. That's on the 2nd floor, and on the 15th floor of the entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears, so it's like an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. Shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleared them out when she transferred over to prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is where Lana and I went to the theme park. This was taken on the day 2 years ago, the day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Lana's always been meticulous cleaner. There's not even dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. There was stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? Okay, we need to find, was it 7-digit number? Oh god. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, could it be 77777? Do you think I should try it? It was that. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day? You mean the ID number? I think you're 1-7 shy this time. That can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yes, move out of the way. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. It somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. Going for a walk. Have a nice walk. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think Chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it's just a thought. Is that it? That's all there was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove that they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. Little Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us were putting that back together. Oh, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right, one of the shards had SR9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know the fragments we just found. You mean the one that was just in the safe? Yes, that one. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see if that shard. Let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. There, it feels like a charm. That of course means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SR9 incident. But hey guys, get a load of this. What is this? The piece you just attached is different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable jar updated in the court record. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. It looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots, but this one is a line. That is odd. You think it's like a fingerprint smudge? What could the cloth have been from? That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana, on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No sir, this is entirely Chief Gant's office now. Hi sweet, hi Stuffy! He practices strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touched that desk. No one except for Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any more clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came in here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SR9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, right? Isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, it wouldn't be no. There's no way, never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy, huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You don't think that Chief Cat might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant, so it's finally coming to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. I don't know what the other piece of, like, fabric could have been for. That's the King of Prosecutors Award. Da, 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 da. Oh, this one sounds more exciting. Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. What could the other thing be? No, Officer Marshall, of course I do. He's like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe that he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Been setting up on those files, there's nothing wrong. Presentation, to think people are accusing him of injustice. I for one ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, the serial killer was on the loose, but Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. I don't know how to... I don't know what I need to connect the cloth to. Would the cloth be related? Someone else, someone with the executive office number. Long watch time. Great idea, detective. Alright, go to town, sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead. Take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take, huh? Come on. This isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we just found in the safe. Oh, ha 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 ha. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Let's check for fingerprints. Sprinkle the powder onto the cloth, and then once they've been absorbed into the prints below, right away. Hi, D-Guy, pretty boy. Welcome back. Let me kiss you. Let me kiss you. I want to kiss you. Oh, May's still in the call. May, you awake? D-Guy! Pretty boy. Let me come and see you while around you, a kiss on the lips. Alright, let's get this over with. Hee. I gave it my best shot. This kind of a result won't get any good matches for prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Ooh, this is a pretty good one. Oh, it's not his. It's hers? Ah. No, how could this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get it. Bro, just tell her. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Duck's prints. First, hey, you over there. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth added to the court record. That's all I have. I don't have anything else to do here. Leave. We shall talk about this pot. Nope. She's a waste of time, honestly. I wouldn't bother. I wouldn't have bothered to help her. She's like, girl, you're not helping yourself. You confessed to a murder you didn't do. What's the point? What else I need to do? Should I have checked for blood? Oh, shit. What's up? You new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall. New and improved growth formula. You mean this can detect blood traces? Well, I'm not quite this. It's not quite the same thing as luminol. So that's why the lady at the counter had a smirk on her face. Oh, I can look at this? Did I not spray the room? Oh. I think I did the wrong thing. Spray. Aha, we found blood. Wow, this area must have been covered in blood. Is that from the incident? It must be. When Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So a murder really did take place here. I feel like there should be more blood somewhere. So signed after the insignia of the prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor's badge? Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar. What? They have badges too? The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system. Do prosecutors and do lawyers really get a badge? Now that you mention it, it does look kind of pointy and kind of painful, but Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge. That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit. So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges? I guess everyone just kind of let it slide. I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. I don't know what else to do. Besides the Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier, put a paper in his desk. Oh yeah. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what... No, about the list. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must have been hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Eek. Chief Gant. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out my window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. I just then had a thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Now then. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you the one with the without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir... You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright! Don't leave her there. Don't leave her there. Look, pal, I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew I'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept it eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see, so the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing, not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job at mentoring you. I'm just rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term I used to believe. I believe that the Detective Gant is blackmailing her, saying that he's gonna blame her sister for the murder, and somehow that like handprint is evidence. Now is my chance to get her to tell the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted that you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion, a certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you into silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask this person is you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly frightened of. What is this person's name?
Take that!
Well, Miss Sky. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she will not be ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable and then tell me something, why would he try and hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did, specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, there are serious offences. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, then you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in a case. I just found this in the safe in Chief's office. This is a jar piece and this is a piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? These are pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. This person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It is as you summarize. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come on now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman, or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Though I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman, correct? I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon wasn't while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave the knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then you saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case two years ago. It was over with. It didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by which means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident. Anyone want to see my watch time? Go on, show me. About Lana's innocence? Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is that I received those orders from Chief Gant. The first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall, why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted the fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He wasn't the only person that I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade on his own. Oh, you mean not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems that he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. 20 days. I'm surprised it's that much. Oh my god. I didn't think you watched that much. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. 3 years, 9 months. Oh, we nearly known each other 3 years now. That's cool. Tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's a real murderer. I think I've known D-Guy 3 years now. I think this was like around the time that he started following me because that's when I got into Roblox. Maybe it was January. No, I think it was before I had a PC. Always been lurking. Who would have thought we'd become best friends though? And what went down in the chief office 2 years ago? I think we're ready for our final court date. I'm nearly done this game. This one's been so long, it's 9 hours. I'm so tired from talking, my voice is so hoarse. February 25th, 9:47 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is Defendant Lobby alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning, where could she be? And where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 700 ID is, and well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all the doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here to hear what you had to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid, today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. I'm excited. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution's ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Morning folks, how's everyone doing? Hey Udgy, been back in the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Ho, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel that she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana.
Objection!
Can't, Your Honor, the defendant claim does not change the defense plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services, but Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has a right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears it appears the time for this verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a little good boy? Why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, Oh ho ho. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With that sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me that some kind of deal has been struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark and the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall the events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting at my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a single good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out, I don't remember much. That's understandable, however, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense will begin cross-examination. What did it say for his murder? Died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Stabbed in the back. Single stab wound piercing the heart and lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon was found in wound missing tip. Oh my god. 7 PM and 7:30 PM. This is office that day. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective in the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under the then Deputy Chief Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they share the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing the organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Man came running in and took him hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must been in a panic because the elevator was going up. He then ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people presenting during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And then when Prosecutor Marshall came running in, I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I will never forget what I saw in an instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby, so the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image on the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman, he was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about the trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? About the picture. This picture was the witness drew. I believe it has very important meaning.
Objection!
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of the scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
Hold it!
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I could still see it now whenever I closed my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, and I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me, I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. That can't be... He said in the back, didn't it? It said in the back. That must have been a real shock. Even now when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Duck was holding you hostage. When lightning struck, the lights went out. Mr. Marshall jumped on Duck and I was thrown aside with the two other began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. I swear it said in the back. Am I stupid? Stabbed in the back.
Objection!
The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. Wait, what? Am I stupid? Oh, did I do it on the wrong one? Oh my god, wait there.
Objection!
Why is it saying it's not wrong? I did do it on the right one. He stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It says right there. Neil Marshall. Single stab when piercing through heart or lung. Wait, am I stupid? Stabbed in the back. Died from a punctured heart and lung. Then why isn't this the evidence? I don't know what to do. We stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest, but he had one from the back. But if it's not this, then what is it? I was having lost. No Marshall rescued me. Took me hostage. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. And came running in and took me hostage. No Marshall rescued me. Drew a picture of that scene, but it seems to have been lost. Can I present the list here?
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not that bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for this case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but this doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Ah, what's this? Yes, what is that? Hey. That's it, that's the picture I drew. I didn't even know that was on the back. I'm an idiot. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list, huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order. But Miss Skye, why did you draw the picture on the back of such an important list? Because what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible, let me see. Something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence, this list restored, updated in the court record. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh. Oh yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright that I could see all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. This picture I drew 2 years ago. Flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Hold it!
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you draw exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives.
Objection!
Are you insinuating that somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, but I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright. Huh? Oh well. That's strange. She claims that the scene was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. This is a picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, I could see all I could see were shadows. Mwah, mwah. Hi, Verity. Let's look at the picture. What's the contradiction? Drew this picture right after the incident. I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, and under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye, 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. Can you please tell me why this picture is painted all black? The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lighting was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do we need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure this drew exactly what you saw? Of course, it's exactly the scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from the talks of the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. White? No, of course not. I better watch out. I might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, but I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something about this bothering you about this picture, huh? Oh well, that's strange. He claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted on mine, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. What's the contradiction? He said he was stabbed in the chest. He was stabbed in the back. Oh, I'm cold. God, I have so much evidence. I'm gonna present the autopsy. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was just yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture... Oh shit, I didn't click anything. I didn't even click anything! We click on the meta weapon? You can see the tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. In the murder weapon, the tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. If it was a conclusive piece of evidence that provided Joe Duck was the murderer. But it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that the broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place on the day of that murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It's my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Could it have been this? Why else would that be there? If the witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Wait, is it this? Wait. It's this! If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh? I'm sure this must be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright, but it's not that. Is it not that? This is my last chance, bro. The answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past, right here inside this picture. Picture of the awards ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall's holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order, order, order. Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon that he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because the King of Prosecutors' awarded knife was the murder weapon, then the murder and the victim would have been reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising his knife would have had to be in Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again? His list? The one with the picture and scribbled on the back. I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside of me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you recall, Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. I'm so hungry. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. It's the vase. Certainly the most unusual. Quite impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defendant... Oh. Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting closer to the core of the matter. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards the both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. You sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast, and that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago, so it's all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange, but I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I had seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother, just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, were you in the room when you saw him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had these creepy horns. Objection! This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means please tell me what the shadow really was. What was it that Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who was this blue badger really? I think I might know. Hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew that picture, yet she is certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger, something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. In this room? Very well. What is it that the witness saw? Please show us the mysterious blue badger look-alike. I believe it says. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's, what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't, as it stands now, but it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from.
Take that! Objection!
I didn't get it right. I don't know. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! If I had it with that.
Take that! Objection!
I, I really thought that was it. Does that not look like the... Am I stupid? Go to bed. Good night, sweet dreams.
Take that! Objection!
I don't know what to do.
Take that! Objection!
I'm gonna look up how to rotate it right. 'Cause I'm stupid. It's like how I had it. Am I... The hell? I'm cold, man.
Take that!
How is that not right?
Objection! Take that!
I am pissed off.
Objection!
I'm pissed off, bro. What the hell? It can't be this high. I can't rotate it right.
Take that!
What the
Objection!
hell? What am I doing wrong? I heard this fucking song the whole time as well. I'm getting insane. I was supposed to make it look like the blue badger, which is the thing above. And I've even looked it up, how I'm supposed to rotate it, and it's exactly like this.
Take that!
How is it not that? How is it not that? A blue badger vase. Is the broken side? It's not. No. You're making me mad. I'm too tired for this shit. Right, this one better be right.
Take that! Objection!
What is going on? Game is struggling with the blue badger jar puzzle for nearly 14 minutes.
Edge with Stinky.
Thinky. I'm watching someone else do it. Okay, apparently other people are having a lot of problems with this too. What the hell? H? N? Is it?
Swag is so cool.
Does it? Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Take that!
Yes! Sorry. Sorry, not you, Siri. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one could possibly deny this jar resemblance to the blue badger. No. It can't be.
Siri call swag.
Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Objection!
Though we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that the badger was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, it changes everything. Indeed? Very well, then please tell us. What difference now when we know the witness saw a jar? Allow me to take this in turn. If I fail this, I'm going to bed and I will finish this later. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At this very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen a jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in this picture taken the day of the crime. It's on the shelf of the office of Damon Grant. Damon Gant. The body was found laying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified herself.
Objection!
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Drake and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office.
Objection!
Are you implying that the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there was a reason, he would have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness' testimony. She said that she knocked away a man who was holding up a knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? What that would have had to have been the impact the man made when he knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked into the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah, a suit of armor holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the broken armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King's prosecution trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nonetheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. At the moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually prosecuting Neil Marshall, You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Bud. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was a witness who took the victim's life and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark's murderer, Prosecutor Marshall, how can you think it was Emma? How dare you try and pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes. It certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We could certainly get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. I'm gonna sneeze. Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, a possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister's a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing that we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. It's on the vase. This is a message left by the deceased. This is the blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten it's just a jar. The message that was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see the faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He just used his few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so, all we need to do is connect these points, and the victor's message will become apparent. No! Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe that these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. I connect that to the middle.
Take that!
If defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent, that's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all of my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. See, Worthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implication of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Stark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Ack, yes, Worthy, because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to assure his conviction.
Objection!
If Joe Dark really was a serial murderer, that's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on? How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order. The gravel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Whether the trial is headed, no one knows. The timer so close to the end. 10 hours. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around a while on duty. And on top of it, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you this. It's the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this. Give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law.
Stretch.
Thank you. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him? I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Either or not, I may have been. Doesn't look like that book do you any good now, though. All that's left is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective, huh? Have you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility, all that's being ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she's unwittingly caused this man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Vanna didn't murder Detective Goodman. He merely stuck a knife in his dead body. That meant the real killer is still out there. What? and we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people and it's time to bring it to an end. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth, yes, Your Honour. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honour. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, cough cough, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that, it's just you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honour, I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, prosecution will allow the defence to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. Free Stream Street. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. That's it settled. Then, defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is good as over. The defense calls. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer.
Take that!
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant, what has he done? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be here in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honour? True. All right, bailiff. Please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine, my name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, your court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up the SR9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it a certain risk. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. Sunny Stream Street. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. When we went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with this forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him. He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems like Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify... I didn't see anything about him bumping his head. Then I better hit him hard and fast. Yes. I'm sorry. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day.
Hold it!
Objection! As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that night, I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Sky also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there for Dark when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either.
Hold it!
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went through his heart. That's not funny. I went to my office and I found Lana there.
Hold it!
Did you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and the serial killer were lying on a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were these two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you be sure? Because the victim's body, it had already been moved. So that means we found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said that earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? And I stream, yeah. What have you been up to? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can't understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you're better off staring at the court record. I'm a sleepy kid. Oh, really? Worthy, always the smooth talker. By which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Someone's Expedition 33 and then slept more. Oh, really? Didn't feel like hanging out with me today anyway. Not that I'm bitter, not that I'm mean about it. I don't know what to press him on. I need to link him to the incident. Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped. The power outage didn't help it. Went to my office, found Lana there. Yeah, that first. Yeah, and then you hung up with me. I think I don't know. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Nothing to do with the forgery, eh? I'm tired. What is this then? I feel like this is important, this case, in this guy. However, I don't know if it's important yet. I had nothing to do with the forgery, but it said found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? So I feel like this is like integral. Wait, could we present this maybe?
Objection!
Nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that claim you cannot back up. explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar for example. As to blue battery you showed us earlier, a piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence are covered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Ho, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. Do you admit it then, that you were involved in this forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found the evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too, isn't that right? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not every detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence you found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove that when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dux was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. You should have been more careful to observe protocol. You don't understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh, indeed. I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Aji. In return, though, I know, that place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? For all you know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Drake was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. I don't know. I'm too tired. This is one of the large benefits you've reaped from all of this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would of course be the position that you have, Chief of Police. Oh? The resolution from the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Ho ho ho. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think that I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without the case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SR9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. It was going to be made chief anyway. Yeah. Be careful when pointing that finger or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Webby, you know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Myself, me, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Aji, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Hold it!
Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but it's only personal. I only care about yours truly. The girl Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Being tough on crime and tough on people, that's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself though. Ho ho ho. Oh. Well, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Went out an accomplice? For their sake, but if it would benefit you, might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as nice a man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? It's either her or him.
Take that!
Anna Sky, that defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed for Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would have acquired unchecked authority all over investigations. You mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh wait, you must mean... Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. You're motivated to appoint her to Chief Prosecutor so you can control her. Right, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying I've done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless there's also that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one could that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap for the cover-up in his involvement. What? Order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious, huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police chief of police of blackmail and murder. That is impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easy to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright, that the chief was a high-ranking officer of the law is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. What the fuck is the... I don't know. I'm tired. I'm too tired for this shit. I don't know. There was the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Could it be the knife? Oh. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was an ID on the list that we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It is your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. It's a 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was the same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you... Ooh. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was a violation of my regulations. And I will determine Mr. Wright will be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now the court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day? What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
Objection!
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lanniskai's guilt.
Objection!
No, it's not, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. The Chief Gant met with the victim on the day of the crime. Then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet the Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Is it the lost property letter? Detective Goodman lost his ID card the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of that report, which means that you can't be sure that he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to, yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form from you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered that room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered the poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him the ID card. Yes. Now...
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once, yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh my goodness. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murderer was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind. You don't think so? Hi, JJ. Would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After that murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting Mr. Wright. That the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was in the police department the entire day, you know, and everyone aware that Lana stayed in the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except for me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove that how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was just a useless clue taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, the Chief Gant used this. Oh fucking no. I'm gonna guess the blue badger, but I don't... I don't know what else it could have been. He was on wheels. Well, I see. Maybe I'll use this later to move your dead body, Mr. Wright. Huh? Oh. Okay. Possible way he couldn't move the body. The only problem is how did he get him to do it? Piece of evidence really did have something to do with this case. I'll ask you again, Mr. Wright. How did the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, choose gut. Who's this? What? What did he use? I know he was using the car. I'm typing. I'm gonna present the file. Well? No? I don't know. He didn't use the suit of armor, did he? There's no way, right? Oh. Give up, man. I don't fucking know. I'm so tired. I'm so fucking tired, man. Someone help me out. I don't know. I'm false. Go to sleep soon, probably. I showed the car. Oh. You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so, but wait, even you know I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me why. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the office, in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought it back here. So you see, you were really taking it to the prosecutor's office, weren't you? The screw job. Oh my god, the victim's body was in your trunk. I'm not good at reading anymore. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body in your accomplice, Miss Lana Sky. Order, what's going on here? Is there no room for a rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Mr. Starr took on the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. This is exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Raito, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. The cross-examination isn't yet finished. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons. All kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman, Miss Sky dispose of his body. I don't have proof yet, I don't think. Hearing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. As present, I have no conclusive evidence. See? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Well, Archie, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer. I'm supposed to have it? Wow. Oh. No, that was alright. Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's a lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all of the questions raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is that person? Lana Sky. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? You may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor, the defense calls for... Lana Sky, she was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess of the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in recess. Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen, good Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Ah, this isn't good. Of course, you would never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. I'm so tired. Don't want to play anymore, but I'm so close to the end. Looks like we managed to stay in game. Yes, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief is something else there, pals. Detective Gumshoe, ha 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 ha. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office? My office? Sure. I'll take the place of the top-knotted girl you used to work with. Did he mean... Maya? Still, looks like we're out of motives now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that's not the right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she's heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now that I know what really happened. To think all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she'd changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into the armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going in with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Mr. Wright, let's end this. And the last part. Dun, 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 dun. Now then, would the defendant Miss Lana Sky please take the stand? This better be easy, I swear to God. Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You already know what I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense, of course I'm sure. But Lana, if this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to be second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer and my sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana, so that's why you fabricated evidence 2 years ago. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You said you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor's award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Died from an unfortunate accident. It's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. And someone died. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark, sorry. Something like that. If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It's probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Drake's knife and planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. Can you move the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but I think I ought to ask for the sake of others. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. The body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. Let me ask the other one. Why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in the body would be all the proof we needed. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall, broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Drake. I felt most effective way to get him convicted would be to have the tip of the knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes, because I hated Duck for what he did. The motivation was to get Duck convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like a murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide the fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence. She's lying. She did it, so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. It looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. Lana, she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would have been 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good coming from the same school as Meow. Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And fabricated evidence 2 years ago all by myself. You said happy sister. Joe Duck was a serial killer and my sister almost became... Okay, I read this one already. I don't know what to present. I don't know. I'm tired. I am tired. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, they take way longer than this. What was the one where she changed the thing? I don't remember. Hey there guys, let me find it. Beep, 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 beep. There's the one where she had a little question. Where did the question one go? That was the one with the question, right? Am I tripping? The what? No. That was the one where she had like a little question. Am I tripping? What? I don't know what to do. I'm too tired. I'm gonna finish this the next time I play. I'm too tired. I'm too tired. I'm gonna go lay in bed. I'm sorry. I will finish it the next time, okay? I promise. Alright. Thank you for coming to my long ass fucking stream. 11 fucking hours. Oh my god, I love you guys. I'm going. Thank you earlier JJ for the subs. Thank you Wiljet for the bits. Thank you Gardy for the bits. I'll see you guys to meow or later on. I don't know. I'm gonna go lay in bed. I'm gonna lay in bed. Good night. I'm not waiting anymore. Goodbye. Good night. Goodbye everyone.